Good evening and welcome to the North Zone T20 Festival. We are here for the final game on a double-header here on Republic Day at the Diego Martin Sporting Complex. This game battle between the combined All-Stars and the Barataria ball players. And Santa Cruz Club leads. They are at the top of the table on 7 points, completing their 4 games. Harvard second on 4 points. These two clubs, Barataria ball players and combined All-Stars, are on 3 points each. A net run rate for Barataria 1.60 and the combined All-Stars 1.15. The Ebony Sports and Cultural Club has finished off their games in this tournament and they have finished on 1 point. So this game to be decide who is going to finish second place in the group, and a win here would take them through to Saturday's semi-finals. The two umpires making their way out in the middle, umpire Avinash Narain and Clive Gaskin, and the match referee for today's game, Mr. Mohammed Jaipol. Give you the starting lineup just after we go to the toss. Welcome to the Diego Martin Sporting Complex. It's the second game of a doubleheader, the final game in round 5, final game for these two teams. And alongside me, I have the captains of the two teams present, Brent Lizama from the Combined All-Stars and Darren Wilson from the Barataria Ball Players. The match referee for today's game, Mr. Mohammed Jaipol, he has the coin. Combined All-Stars is the home team, and off we go with the toss. If I could have a word with Mr. Lezama, winning the toss and no guesses, fielding first.
Yeah, definitely. We want to take advantage, as you heard me in the past games, of the due factor. I think we have a few spinners on our team. They would be able to control the ball a lot better.
And this is a must-win game for you, for both teams, in fact. Doesn't matter, net run rate doesn't come into play.
No, it doesn't. We definitely need a win. I think that's part of why I choose to bowl first. Put them under some pressure, and see if we can starve them at least under probably 120, 130, and see if we can chase that.
Okay, so go well and have a good game.
Thank you very much.
Could have a word with Mr. Wilson from the Barataria Ball Players. What type of total you're looking at?
I'm looking to make about a 200 because the pitch is suitable to bat, and it is a must-win game for both sides, so I think runs on the board will be the correct thing.
Okay, so go well and have a good game.
Yeah, thank you very much.
So that's the news from the toss. The Combined All-Stars have won the toss and opted to field first. So there you have it. That's the news from the toss. And most teams in this tournament, in North Zone T20 Festival, when they won the toss, they have opted to bowl first, meaning that they wanted to see whatever score has been set, weather has been around and affected a few of the games. So teams preferring to chase so that they would know exactly how much runs they would need to get in the event of any rain interruption. It's a good tactic, especially for this T20 type games. So I'll give you the starting lineup for the Combined All-Stars. And the captain, Brent Lezama, Amir Ali, Adrian Burke Sr., Adrian Burke Jr., Ryo Campbell, Barry Hassan Ali, the wicketkeeper, Rondell Ramlogan, Enel Ryan, Frank Simmons, Christophe St. John, and Abdul Rahim Toppin. So we are about set to go. Adrian Burke Jr. has the ball in his hand. Dexter Sween to face up. First delivery down the leg side, no fine leg in place, and that will travel all the way to the boundary. Goes for 4. Runs signaled by the umpire to Dexter Sween. And off the bat, angling down the leg side into the body of Dexter Sween, who had no difficulty to help it around the corner. The field, the placing, it's a slip in place. It's a short fine leg, short third man. There's a backward point cover, extra cover. Long off, long on. The captain is at mid wicket and a short fine leg. Burke would want to adjust his line here. 4 runs on the board. And again it's down the leg side. And a good take from wicketkeeper Hassan Ali. Wide signal by umpire Avinash Narain. So a bit of a wayward start here for the combined All-Stars. And this young man has been a good find for the combined All-Star team. Has a quite unique bowling action. Adrian Burke Jr. 1 for 31 in their last game against Ebony and 1 for 7 against the Santa Cruz outfit. Won that game against Ebony. Tries again, changes to round the wicket. It's a little bit of movement in the air, swinging across the right-handed swing. So the first boundary already underway. And the Barataria ball players, their lineup: Jeremy Araho, Clifton Halls, Dejon Charles, Dexter Sween, Marlon Phillip, Kwame Mohammed, Vaughan Brown, Carl Vialva, Darren Wilson, the captain, Camilo Karimbokas, and Matthias Ramdullah comes into the team. So they've taken the slip out. Have a look around the field to see any adjustments. They've put a man in at square leg. Well, in fact, they've taken the man from square leg and put him. This one tugged around the corner. So still angling into the pads of Dexter Sween. Worked away around the corner and goes into the boundary for 4. The second boundary of the over, but not the first ball that's bowled into the pads. Well, that one started on a middle stump line. But because he's coming round the wicket, starting from on the line of the body of Sween, decides to keep the ball going in that direction. And they've moved the man from the first slip and put him at short fine leg. And the man at square leg comes in front of the umpire. That's the change in the field. Burke Jr. stays round the wicket and is hit down the ground. And that was hit with some power. Had the bowler flinching as it flew past him. It's just a single on this occasion. So a bit expensive in the first over. Good start for the Barataria ball players. And Sween in particular, he's on 9. Halls will come in to face his first delivery. The left-hander. To Captain Darren Wilson indicating when he was inserted into bat, he wants to try and get somewhere in the vicinity of 200 runs. But stays round the wicket for the left-hander. He's going to get off the mark. Tumbling stop by Rishi Ramguli. He was the man in the first slip position and went to the short fine leg, and now he's at short third man for the left-handed hole. 11 runs in the first over. Fans there, the Duckman and Mr. Anand Ban seated, remaining the coach, remaining to have a look at this game, the coach of the Northside Future Stars, because he wants to have a look at least the first hour of play, because he expects this to be a keen battle. Burke is getting some movement in the air, but hasn't been able to trouble the batsmen. 2 boundaries in the over, the first over completed, and 12 runs on the board, thanks in large part to Dexter Sween, who's on 10 from 5 and Hall on 1. Have a look at the table. And Santa Cruz Sports Association, they're on 7 points. And have a look at third and fourth here. Barataria ball players in the combined All-Stars, both on 3 points. So the winner here looking to go to 5, which would take them in second place. And they will meet the winners of Group 2, Northside Future Stars. They are the team at the top of the table, and the Glenora Sports Club with 1 game to come. That battle will be between Glenora and Savannah Boys. And anyone can go to first place in that group. So the winner here will just get a sneak peek into who they will have to face. Each team tries to eclipse each other here and come off with a victory. So we're going to start with some spin. In fact, Burke Senior has the ball in hand, the off spinner. Umpire Clive Gaskin from the Diego Martin main road end. So just taking his time to set the field is Lazama. Understands the importance of this game. No more so than his counterpart, Darren Wilson. So no slipping, please. Brent Lazama makes his way to short third man. There's a point. Cover, extra cover, mid-off. As we start, that's the field on the onside. False start there from Burke Senior. He's had a good tournament with the ball. 2 for 20 against Ebony Sports and Cultural Club. 1 for 30 against Santa Cruz. He has 2 fielders out in the deep long on and deep mid wicket. First delivery. Pushed down to long on. Swing a bit more circumspect. Keen contest. The field is going to shuffle around now for the left-hander. Clifton Halls with scores of 33 not out against Harvard in their last game and a high score of 62 against Santa Cruz. It's a heavy scoring game. Santa Cruz against Santa Cruz, who chased down 190 posted by the Barataria ball players. No chance of a run here. Rondell Ramlogan in quickly. Cut away and man there down to his knees rather quickly before the ball got to him. No run, so it's a short third man backward point. There's a gaping gap between backward point and cover. Extra cover and a long off on the offside. And pushed past the man at cover. Bisects the gap between extra cover and cover. It's going to race into the boundary. Long. Ali at long off cannot get around. So Hall gets off and going with his first boundary. That one just short. He's given room and a good shot there from Halls as he pushes that one through the offside. So both overs starting off with boundaries. So decided to make a change in the field. They've pushed back extra cover on the boundary. So a man has gone to cover point. This one allowed to go through. So they've now have 3 on the onside, taking a fielder out from the onside to add a man on the boundary at deep extra cover. Because Burke Senior is looking to bowl outside the off stump. And he'll certainly have to be on that line with only 3 on the onside. This one hit in the air, and this time it's to the left of Ali. And dealing in boundaries now is Halls. This one goes all the way for KFC maximum. Excellent ball striking, just manipulating the field as well. And really pitched up length ball and hit very straight down the ground. Clearing the front leg a bit and pushing it down to the stamina energy bottle down on the boundary edge. So two very expensive first overs. First from Adrian Burke Jr. that went for 12, and now 11 runs conceded from Adrian Burke Sr.
Truth be told, here at GMMB, love is the currency. And let's show you how we are able to transfer that energy into real conversations. It seems to me there's a power in listening. It seems like that is a part of the mandate.
Of course. We need to listen to our clients. We need to hear what they need. We need to hear that they are satisfied, they are loved, they are feeling that GMMB culture.
GMMB.
It's banking for you.
Not the start exactly that Brent Lazama envisaged. 20-23 without loss after 2. And he's immediately going to make a bowling change. Simmons is in conversation with Lezama as Amir Ali. Well, initially he came on to bowl. He puts his cap back on. And I think that Simmons came in and interjected. And you could see from the response of Lezama there, he heeded to the senior statesman in the side, Frank Simmons. The first over from Burke Jr. went for 12. He thought about bringing on Amir Ali to try and counter-attack, but it's going to be Abdul Rahim Toppin who is given the ball, the speedster. And Toppin is going to bowl 2 lengths here. He's going to search for full Yorkers, and in between he's going to just be short of a length, particularly to Sween. He doesn't want to pitch up too many to him. Here we go. It's again down the leg side, but the fine leg is there. Just wait for the umpire's signal. It's going to be a wide. He didn't get anything onto that one, Dexter Sween. So we've seen both Burke Jr. and now Toppin starting off to line down the leg side. They don't want to give Sween any room outside the off stump, and it's a fine line, especially with the angle of the delivery. If you're starting it on the off stump, if you stray with that angle, you could very well go onto the pads. And they're just searching for the right line at the moment. And he's going to have to change it up. Right hand, left hand combination. Clifton Halls. He's on 11. Both batsmen on 11 off of 6 deliveries. Short of a length. And can't get past Amir Ali at backward point. There's a first slip. And a third man. And a fine leg. Second fielder outside of the ring in the power play. 25 without loss. Run rate 11.54. And Hall's looking to increase that current run rate, looking to be very aggressive. Some wit on off, and he's just flashing at it outside the off stump. And there is protection at third man. First slip in place, and Amir Ali right on the 30-yard ring at backward point. Christoph St. John is at cover. He as well is right on the edge of the 30-yard circle. So it's a lifting delivery outside the off stump. He's trying to drive off the back foot, and a bit of additional bounce with this new white ball from Raheem Toppin through to the wicket keeper. So a good adjustment after the first wide delivery to the right-hander. Sween comes down to have a word with Halls, just to reassure Halls of his current form. He's looking into the onside. And pulls it into the onside. That's exactly where he was looking, in that mid-wicket area. He doesn't get all of it. They're going to come for 2. And there's a gap there. Simmons is at a straightish mid-wicket, and there's a square leg. So there's a bit of a gap. And looking to exploit it is Halls, with Toppin starting on a leg stump line to go across the right-hander. And he has to get the length right as well in order for that type of delivery to be effective and just go past an off-stump line. This is exactly what the captain would have wanted. The suggestion from Simmons paying dividends so far in the first 4 deliveries. And this is it, a shortish length tugging into the onside. It's over the head of mid-on, plugs a bit in the outfield, and the fielder just runs past it as the batsman complete a second run. Rondell Ram Logan out there. It was short of a length from Toppin, but it started outside the line of the leg stump, and he got enough of it. And eyeing up that onside, so he comes down the track now just to investigate that spot. Not quite sure that Raheem Toppin will be pitching in that type of line unless he comes around the wicket. 29 without loss and 1 delivery to come in the third over. Goes Fuller and beats the outside edge of Halls to complete the third over. 29 without loss. Clifton Hall is on 15 off of 12 and Dexter Sween is on 11 off of 6 deliveries. And the batting to come, Vaughan Brown, DeJean Charles is in the lineup. A young Kevis John, the all-rounder. Marlon Phillip, another all-rounder in this team. Young Matthias Ramdullah is in the lineup. And Carl Vialva is having a good tournament with the ball. Darren Wilson, the captain, to make up the lower order. Christoph St. John there with the white cap. He is at a cover point for the left-handed Halls. Burke Senior, his first over, went for 11. Was struck for 2 boundaries down the ground. Either side of long off. It's going to be Dexter Sween, a right-hander on strike. So Amir Ali is at long on and there's a deep mid-wicket. Flighted delivery. Can't beat mid-off. Score remains 29 without loss in the power play. And this one is a length delivery and that is too easy for Dexter Sween. It's gone over the fence into the roadway and that one is not coming back. It's a KFC maximum off of the bat of Dexter Sween. Pitched up, he's given width outside the off stump so he can clear that front leg and smacked it. He got all of that and it's all the way out of the Diego Martin Sporting Complex. And that's a massive strike. We've seen Dexter Sween over the years play some innings where he's lost a few balls and he's lost one here as the fielders are trying to go to see if they could retrieve the ball. Meanwhile, the umpires, box of balls makes its way out to the middle with the third umpire, Mohammed Jaipal. And Dexter Sween is now on to 17 off of 8. And we're going to have a ball change here. Barataria ball players, a win and a loss and 1 no result against the Ebony Sports and Cultural Club, who finished at the bottom of the table with 1 point from a no result game. So Barataria ball players, as well as some of the other teams, there have been a number of games that were rained out or couldn't play because of a wet outfield in this group. 6 games in all, and 2 of those games unfortunately against the Harvard club. They were supposed to have their final game yesterday against Santa Cruz Sports, and they could have still had an opportunity to qualify, but that game was abandoned because of a wet outfield. And despite them being second on the table now, the winner of this game should leapfrog ahead of them. And Santa Cruz at the top of the table on 7. There's no catching them. And we've gotten a ball that had to be just about 3 or 4 overs old. Burke is set to continue. 2 balls, 1-6 in the over. He goes again off the outer edge and backing away. Raheem Toppin takes the catch at point. And Sween, this is a big breakthrough here. Sween is going to have to go. And he's gone for 17. Abdul Rahim Toppin taking the catch. And Adrian Burke Sr. gets his first wicket. And wicket falling with the score on 35. And just off the outer portion of the bat. And Sween, after striking a 6 down the ground, tries to repeat it. Have a look at the bat face here, just opening a fraction as he tried to go over extra cover. But as we've seen so often with the off spinners, they get a little bit of drift and the ball is not going to turn too much. The brand new ball and off the outside edge, and Sween has to go. The new batsman, it's not a bad replacement, Devon Charles. It's BARATARIA ball players. Charles and Sween both guest players. High score from Charles of 53 not out. And he got it off of 17 deliveries. Have a look at that catch from top in there. Didn't panic at all. And just took a few steps back to take it with the palms facing up. Devon Charles, that 53 off of 17 deliveries. He struck 6 sixes in that knock. And that was against the Harvard club. He also made, that was 53 not out. He made 53 against Santa Cruz. In a game they lost, that Santa Cruz chased down 190 that they set. But he got 53 runs in that game as well. So back-to-back 50s for Dejon Charles. The batsman has taken his guard. The field is not quite set yet. And Halls walks down just to have a word with Charles. Lezama is at a very fine short third man. There's a backward point, a point, cover, extra cover, and Amir Ali is going to retreat down to long off. Just 3 fielders on the on side. Mid-on, deep mid-wicket, and a man in front of square, Christophe St. John. And Burke starts short and wide outside the off stump. And that point area is going to be a heavily travelled area with these 2 left-handers on strike. Particularly with the off-spinner, Burke Senior on. Thrown around the wicket. And again, a man at point comes into the frame. 35 for 1 and 1 delivery to come in the 4th over. So a good comeback over from Burke after being struck. His second ball went for 6. Faster delivery worked into the onside. And a single to finish off the 4th over. 35 for 1 after 4.
Lion Brand brings you the perfect blend of tradition and convenience. From delicious Pelori mix and versatile split peas powder to our easy-to-use fry-bake mix, baking powder, and self-rising flour, Lion Brand takes the guesswork out of cooking, making it simpler than ever to create those cherished family favorites. Taste the tradition, embrace the convenience. Find Lion Brand products at your favorite grocery store today. Lion Brand, the power behind our great taste traditions.
Welcome back. 4 overs gone. 36 for 1. Projected score of 180. Captain Wilson wanted closer to 200 runs. This is one of the issues we've seen in this tournament so far. The batsmen are ready, and then they decide to change the field, creating some delays. Just want to get it exactly right. They've pushed St. John out to backward point on the boundary. Top in. Nice pace, good bounce. That's one of the features of this Diego Martin Sporting Complex. The pitch has been quite good. Something that the fast bowlers like Raheem Toppin will enjoy. Good bounce, good carry. So Joshua Clark getting bounce as well on this surface. Good pitch for fast bowlers in particular. Bit of width. This is going to go for 4. Using the pace of the delivery here is Charles as he guides it past Amir Ali at backward point. The man on the cover boundary, St. John, he was pushed back but had no chance of getting there. Just using the pace and flashing and guiding it past Amir at point. 2 left-handers here. You want to protect that point area. But such is the skill of the left-handers. It's their bread and butter shot. Navigating the ball in the point region. Toppin concedes a boundary. They're making an adjustment in the field. So Amir Ali is going to go from backward point in the ring to cover point, and they're going to move St. John about 20 yards to his right at backward point on the boundary. Pitched up this time and shy at non-striker's end. And Toppin nonchalantly just grabs the return with one hand. It was a powerful throw from Lezama. He's sitting right back on the 30-yard circle. Got to it quickly and a good throw as well, trying to knock the stumps down at the non-striker's end. Took his time, allowed the ball to come to him because it was pushed with some power. He didn't want to charge in and fumble because there's no one backing up behind him. Once he got it in his hand, he released it very quickly. Hall's on strike now. It's a good delivery here from Toppin. And could only defend Clifton Hall. That's the type of delivery. If you try to force it into the onside and you turn the bat face, you can just go between bat and pad or come off the inside edge and onto pad or even go onto the stumps. So he's in a defensive frame of mind, respecting a good delivery. So already gotten a boundary in the over off of the bat of Charles. Charles on 6 now, incidentally. 41 for 1. Short of a length and tugged over the head of Ram Logan, and this one will go into the boundary for the second time. He pulls it into the onside and gets a lot more of it. Clifton Halls goes to 19 and 2 boundaries in the over from Raheem Toppin, and its length he's pulling on there is going across him on the offside, but enough time to get back, pull it into the onside. Got a good share of it. And it's a bit soft out there, a bit damp from the earlier games, water settling in that region, but enough power on it to still make it to the boundary. 45 for 1. One delivery to come in the 5th. And he's pitching up this time. And can't get past mid-wicket, the end of the over. 45 for 1 after 5. Halls on 19. There's on Charles on 16, and Dexter Sween, the man gone after hitting 2 4s and a 6. That seems to be an inverted chart of Clifton Hall's wagon wheel. Those shots were hit on the onside. If he were a right-hander, it would be correct. 45 for 1. 9 runs and over the current run rate. And Lezama just taking his time to set the field. And there's different strategies for either one of the batsmen, despite the fact that they're both left-handers. And the hitting zones of Charles and Halls might be a bit different, as Burke Sr. might want to just vary his line and lengths to the individual batsmen. The field is eventually going to be settled. Frank Simmons is giving some indication as to where he wants the deep cover. Burke is short and pulled over the head of St. John. And Burke Jr. has to give up the chase because it was spanked away in the onside. Dejean Charles gets his second boundary, his second 4 of the match. Dragged down from Burke and well put away. Such a talent, Dejean Charles. Don't want to give him too many easy deliveries to put away. Just got it over the head of St. John at mid-wicket. And 49 for 1 now, 1 short of 50. And they'll get it here as it's just pushed out to cover. The 50 comes up for the loss of 1 wicket in the final over of power play. Takes Charles on to 11. Halls come back in. He's striking at 137.5. The field remains the same, both left-handers, the batsmen. Wait outside the off stump and cut the point. And the Toppin just fumbles and allows the single. Sets high standards for himself, Abdul Rahim Toppin. Just when he thought he cut out the opportunity for a single, just fumbles a bit, having just completed his second over. Can't get a run. More circumspect on this occasion is Charles. Good start here from the Barataria ball players. A good power play for them despite having lost the wicket of Sween. Bit of flight on this one, and one bounce into the boundary down the ground, offering up some flight, and Dejon Charles was not having it. Lifted it over. Tremendous power in that shot. Despite it being on the off stump, the length he was going after, down the ground, straight back for 4. Just picking his spots here is Charles. He's on to 15. Goes again, and this time on the ground to Burke Jr. to finish off the 6th over. The power play done and dusted. 55 for 1, 15 to Charles, and 20 to Holes.
Blue Water's posse identified! Somebody pass blue water, somebody bring blue water, somebody get blue water, and we ready now. When you feeling hard, take a blue water spray. Take a blue water spray. In your school or home, take a blue water spray. When the bus run out, take a blue water spray. Party posse water, working posse water, school children they water. Blue water spray. The fitness posse water, the office posse water.
Trust and quality from not just Blue Waters, but from the 2 batsmen out in the middle. Dejon Charles on 15, Clifton Holes on 20. A good start here, good power play from the Barataria ball players, being inserted into bat by Brent Lezama of the Combined All-Stars. Toppin is going to continue on. His last over was a bit expensive. 2 for 15 he has now. He was hit for 2 4s in his last over. And now that the power play is over, he's confident that he can deliver a good over here. Ram Logan drops out a long on. And there's a 3rd man, a fine leg, and a deep cover. So just 4 in the outfield. Amir Ali just inquiring to the captain, does he need to go back? And the captain looks at him and says, "You're not there already?" So he makes his way out a long off. Full. And this is spanked through the covers from Clifton Halls. You don't have to ask him twice, and you certainly can't offer up full tosses outside the off stump. Just hit through the line of it. It was almost like a free hit. And Toppin starting this 3rd over now with a loose delivery. Easily put away. The key to that shot is he got low down to middle it. Toppin tries to counter with a short delivery. Flashing his Holes. But a bit of additional bounce on offer from Toppin. He has a man at 3rd man on the boundary. Perhaps trying to invite him to cut it in the air down to that man at 3rd man. And we've seen full tosses take wickets in this tournament. But the key to that shot there from Halls is he got low, kept his head steady, and played through the line of the delivery rather than trying to go hard at it and it coming off the lower portion of the bat, as we've seen some dismissals earlier on. Short again, and it's as if you didn't know, anything short to Halls, he is going to dispatch it. And this time he gets all of it. Avinash Narayan, the umpire, signaling 6. And another very expensive over now from the young man, Abdul Rahim Toppin, trying to test out the middle of the pitch. We're deep into the tournament here, not getting the type of bounce he would have anticipated with that delivery. And it really just sat up for Halls. Dispatched it away to the boundary all the way for a KFC maximum. And we've seen Toppin, he likes to pitch in a few deliveries short. And there's no one out at deep mid-wicket. 10 runs in the over, wide outside the off stump, flashing away. Did not get that left pad out to it as he does now, rehearsing the shot. 65 for 1, another expensive over from Raheem Toppin. Opted him to bowl him a 3rd over. And of course he came on after 1 over from Adrian Burke Jr. that went for 12, the first over of the game. Not quite the start that Brent Lezama would have wanted, having won the toss, deciding to bowl first. Goes short again, but this time the line is different. And tucked up a bit. Couldn't get under it. Couldn't execute the hip flick. So he tries to rehearse it now. Charles on 15 comes back into strike. Halls moves to 31. 66 for 1. No change to the field. Both left-handers out there in the middle. Off the toe end of the bat, and the wicketkeeper cannot get around. Hassan Ali diving away. Goes into the boundary. Another 4 in the innings. It's the 10th 4 of the innings. It was hit into the ground where a first slip would be. But you're not going to have a first slip. 70 for 1 after 7. Sween gone, the first wicket to fall for 17. The fall of wickets, 35 in the 4th over. Charles goes on to 19 off of 12. 9 fours in the innings and 3 sixes. Holds on 31 off of 21. We are going to see that bowling change now as Burke Senior rather, after his 3 overs cost 28 runs. Amir Ali is going to come into the attack, and I think this is his preferred end. He picked up 5 for 9 from this end. And that was against Santa Cruz in a low-scoring game. Game that they lost. It was on a hat-trick as well. Coming down to the closing stages of the game. Santa Cruz got home in the 19th over, chasing down 127 for 4, set by the combined All-Stars. Game that saw Frank Simmons retire out on 62. As he batted almost all the way through the innings. Amir Ali, the left-hander, bowling round the wicket to Halls. Loud appeal. Umpire Clive Gaskin slowly raises that deadly finger. Hall looks down. He is not convinced, but batsmen seldom are. The second wicket goes now with the score on 70. And Hall has to go. We'll have a look at it here again. And he's bowling left arm round the wicket. Playing forward, struck on the pad, and I think it's just the mannerisms of umpire Clive Gaskin, the slow, like a slow death roll, that finger coming up. But he seemed to be convinced early in the decision. So Hall goes for 31. $70 for 2 now. Marlon Phillip, the new man, making his way out in the middle. I've played a few games with Marlon Phillip. Can be a very energetic batsman, can smack the ball around. Played a few games with some of these players in this Barataria outfit. Marlon Phillips being one of them. This one gets the outside edge past the wicket keeper. It's travelling close to the boundary. And giving chase. It goes into the boundary. Campbell cannot get it back. Ball has been tracking Ray Campbell in the outfield. This one goes off the outside edge for 4. And Marlon Phillip gets off the mark with a boundary. 74 for 2. No first slip in place for the new batsman. Frank Simmons now makes his way into that first slip position. Lezama rues the fact that he didn't have a first slip in place for the new batsman at the very first delivery. Faster delivery. Turn into the onside for a quick single. Ali quick take can't prevent the single. $75 for 2. There's that projected score of 200 at this current run rate. Quite possible with the likes of Devon Charles out there in particular. He's on 19 off of 12. And the power play gone, so the field is spread for him now. Keeper prompting a change in the field this time because he's asking for Lezama, the captain, to come across in a cover position. Ali is just pushing him now to point. So there are 3 people patrolling in that point region. That's why, because he wants to push it wide outside the Austin, but pushes it too wide. And it adds to the extras in the innings now, 4. A bit too wide on that occasion. So he has a short third man in Campbell, topping at backward point, and he has a point in that of the captain Lezama. Trying to counter it is Charles, trying to work it into the onside. And he just has 3 fielders on the onside, 2 on the boundary at square leg and mid wicket, and 1 at long on. So this should be wide outside the off stump again. And can't beat Raheem Toppin. You want to put your best fielders where the ball is going to go the most, and Abdul Rahim Toppin is lightning fast. Lezama now goes from cover point to point, just strengthening that area. So 1 delivery to come. No ball signaled by the umpire. It's going to be a free hit. And this down the ground. And that has gone high up in the air. And perhaps on top one of the roof. Out past the road. That's a massive strike from Dejon Charles. Stepped across. Picked it up. It went high in the air. Over the head of our cameraman stationed down there. Over the sight screen. And onto the roof of one of the houses. We're going to have another ball change here. Another KFC maximum in the innings. 8 overs gone. 83 for 2. Dejon and Phillip.
Here at GMMB, love is the currency. And let's show you how we are able to transfer that energy into real conversation. What about the connection with you and your team members?
It's top priority for me to have that clear understanding of who my team members are and building connections with them to ensure that they carry out the vision of what we are trying to achieve as a team, realizing opportunities for both the clients and ourselves.
GMMB.
It's banking for real.
Welcome back. Have a good look at Dejon Charles' wagon wheel. He's been striking it to all parts. He's hit 4 fours, and his first 6 coming up at the end of that over from Amir Ali. That over's gone for 13. Despite picking up the wicket, LBW Clifton Halls, who went for 31. So a big breakthrough for Amir Ali. But just to throw some salt in the wound, they've lost the ball, so they're going to have for the second time a ball change. And umpire Mohammed Jaipol, he's going to be busy tonight. If Charles stays out there for any length of time, he's already had to do a ball change from the 6 that Dexter Sween hit out the ground. And Devon Charles trying to outdo him. He hit the ball in the same direction. And this one got a lot higher. The one from Dexter Sween, I would suggest it went even further. Not that they are competing against each other. The two teams competing out there, Combined All-Stars and the Barataria ball players. And 2 wickets down for the Barataria ball players being inserted. 83 for 2 after 8. And Toppin is going to continue. He's going to bowl out his allotment of 4 overs. He's gone for 30 runs in his 3 overs. And this one is Philip playing it out to St. John. Cover. So Marlon Phillip doing the right thing. He's looking to hand the strike back over to Dejon Charles. Got a boundary fortuitously off the outside edge of his bat off Amir Ali. Or rather, pitching up straight to Frank Simmons, who takes it on the thigh. See that left hand bandage as well. No doubt he'll be carrying some injuries. Has an excellent tournament so far. Frank Simmons 69 and 64 with the bat. Haven't seen him bowl in the tournament. Did a lot of bowling last year. Opened the bowling in fact. Toppin has been the man entrusted with the new ball as well as Boog Jr. There he is again diving away. Full commitment from Frank Simmons. Injured hand and all. Knocking it down. Has a word with Toppin as well, imparting some of his wisdom. You don't see too much emotion from Raheem Toppin, even when he takes a wicket. Had a few good shouts in his last game and he wasn't given the decisions. You see there, he's not happy at all, having been made to wait by Marlon Phillip, who's ready now. 85 for 2. And he's bowled him. Pitched up, and there's it, Toppin. You don't see the emotion from him at all, from the young man, but that's an excellent delivery. Gets the wicket of Marlon Phillip, who has to go for 6. He bowls 2 lengths really. That full delivery, as well as a short delivery. You could see the players around him trying to celebrate with him. But he would be well aware, Toppin, that he's gone for a few runs. Has such high standards for himself. And the first occasion we see him really pitching up the ball. And a Yorker length delivery straight into the base of off stump. And Phillips, who was trying to, sizing up to hit it down the ground. Looking to be aggressive. And it may not have been his role in this partnership with Charles, but he's going to have to go for 6. And Raheem Toppin picks up a wicket. That partnership between Charles and Phillip, 15 off of 10 balls. This is a young man coming out to bat. Kevis John. Kevis John was introduced into my team when he was a young 14-year-old playing in the Davis Cup at the Queen's Park Oval. Was a temperamental all-rounder, a lot of ability with bat and ball. He's plied his trade. He's been on the radar of the national selectors. Now he's gone on to the next level and looking to take this game to the next level. Abdul Rahim Toppin against Ebony Sports and Cultural Club. Wasn't a bad effort from him. One for 23. Yeah, he just acknowledges the captain because he's in agreement that he wants the first slip. Now you see him has a slip in place. 2 deliveries to come in his final over. Landing just in front of Hassan Ali. Good take from the keeper. It's had a good tournament, Barry Hassan Ali. Christian Lal, he's another under-19 player who's in the squad. He's not playing here today. He was given 2 games, one of which was rained out against Harvard and didn't trouble the scorers. When he did make his way out into the middle at the top of the order, he went for no score. He's left out today. Finishing off his spell, 4 overs from Raheem Toppin, 1 for 32. And he conceded 4 fours and 1 6. Did have 13 dot deliveries and 2 wides. As the 9th over comes to an end, 85 for 3. $85 for 3 after 9. Charles on 26. Kefis John, just the 2 deliveries he's faced. Amirali is going to continue. Rishi Ramguli is the man being adjusted, sent out onto the boundary at square leg. Not quite sure I'd want Rishi Ramguli out on the boundary. Senior statesman in the side. Started off as a medium pacer with Comet's B team. Charles just pushes down the ground. Kefis John, he's played for a few clubs. The right-hand, left-hand combination now for Barataria, ball players. Kefis Jones also quite sharp when he has the ball in his hand, much like Abdul Rahim Toppin. He fancy himself a better batsman than Toppin, however, Kefis John. Well, that one, there's some turn on offer here for Amir Ali, giving it enough of a loop to allow the ball to grip and turn. I haven't seen too many spinners turn the ball. We saw Jesse Sukwa in the earlier game with his leg spinners. He bowled a lot of googly deliveries, slanting across left-handers. Didn't see too much spin for his leg breaks. This one tugged into the outside from Kevis. He wants 2. Gets there quickly. He's calling back Charles, who sends him back as the throw was already on the way. John would have fancied his chances to get 2 there. He was running to the danger end. But Charles, recognizing he wants to preserve the partnership and build and push his team close to a good score. This is the final over before the drinks interval, so you'll be aware of that as well. You don't want to lose a wicket in the 10th over. Ramguli now being adjusted again by Amir Ali at backward square. Seen some turn on offer already, but none on this occasion. As he pushes it across the left hand, he's not going to get it to spin back unless he perhaps goes left arm over the wicket. But for much of his deliveries in this tournament, he's operated round the wicket to both left-handers and right-handers. Good delivery again here. Ramguli can't get down, allows it to go to St. John on the boundary. So a lot of work for the senior man, Mr. Ramguli. Has to make his way out to the boundary now, backward square with his left hand right hand combination. He's done it 4 times in the over. So Ali looking to finish off his second over. 1 for 18 he has. Went for a few runs in his first over. Picked up a wicket. And after 10 overs now, we'll have the drinks break. Barataria ball players being inserted into bat. And 90 for 3 after 10. 31 for Halls. He is gone. Devon Charles is out there on 29 of 21 with Kevis John, who is one run off the mark. And Dexter Sween, he went for 19. We'll take a break here for the Blue Waters drinks break. Be right back in about 2 minutes' time.
This one? No. Hey, look, KFC has an incredible promo.
I already had that for lunch.
Crunch whoever isn't on board. Order KFC's Mega 6 Bucket for only $115. KFC, it's finger licking good.
Blue Water's posse identified. Somebody pass blue water. Somebody bring blue water. Somebody get blue water. And we ready now. When you feeling hard, take a blue water spray. Take a blue water spray. In your school or home, take a blue water spray. When people run out, take a blue water spray. Party posse water. Working posse water. School children they water. Blue water spray. The fitness posse water. The office posse water.
Here at GMMB, love is the currency. And let's show you how we are able to transfer that energy into real conversations. How important is it for the client to be recognized and not to feel invisible, to feel like just a number?
At GMMB, everybody is seen as an ideal, important client. And we give everybody the same level of respect, the same level of acknowledgement, and we deal with you to suit based on that vision of love.
GMMB.
It's banking for real.
Lion Brand brings you the perfect blend of tradition and convenience. From delicious Polori mix and versatile split peas powder to our easy-to-use fry-bake mix, baking powder, and self-rising flour, Lion Brand takes the guesswork out of cooking, making it simpler than ever to create those cherished family favorites. Taste the tradition. Embrace the convenience. Find Lion Brand products at your favorite grocery store today. Lion Brand, the power behind our great taste traditions.
Here at GMMB, love is the currency. And let's show you how we are able to transfer that energy into real conversations. What about the connection with you and your team members?
It's top priority for me to have that clear understanding of who my team members are and building connections with them to ensure that they carry out the vision of what we are trying to achieve as a team, realizing opportunities for both the clients and ourselves.
GMMB.
It's banking for real.
When they want to get the inside information, they go to the real source, the team members. Let's hear what they're saying.
One of the joys that I have is calling someone and telling them you have that approval. We want to know our clients. The attention that we give the client feels that warmth.
We help you, the customer.
We are here to help you, achieve your dreams.
Client succeeding, it has helped the bank to succeed.
Lots of great information here. And yes, GMMB is a real bank.
Having that family lime at home, that cookout by the river, or you're just feeling to bubble up pot? Then Cans Poultry and Meats Limited has got you covered for all your meaty needs. Whether it be chicken, beef, steak, lamb, or even seafood, check Cans. They even have seasoning and condiments to complement your dish. So if you're looking for top quality meats at prices that wouldn't bust your pocket, then come on in to Cans today at any of their convenient locations.
Welcome back. The drinks break is over. 90 for 3 after 10. The think tank, Riza Mohammed, was in heavy consultation with Brent Lezama and Frank Simmons during the drinks break. They've taken 3 wickets. They've gotten Dexter Sween out. They've gotten Halls out. 2 batsmen that can do serious damage. Halls was in good form as well. But there's still Devon Charles out there. They'll be eager to get his wicket. He's on strike. Now, Campbell, it is. Starts wide. Off the toe end to Buke at short third man. Now this man, very interesting story. Ray Campbell came on to bowl in the game against Ebony in the last portion of the game, final death overs. Picked up 3 wickets for 1 run. And first over, a wicket for no run, given another over, picked up another wicket, and then picked up a 3rd wicket in his final over. Short, tugged round the corner. Just a 1. Charles in the final 10 overs. Expect to see him try to go hard and go big. Might just like the bowling of Campbell to do that. Gentle military medium. So far they're just working singles after the drinks break. Shot of Ramgoli there doing the fielding. Projected score just fluctuating. Unpredictable with the batsman out there in the middle. Kevis John. Dot ball. Good dot ball here from Campbell. Every dot ball would build the pressure on these batsmen, the pair out in the middle. As they try to form a new partnership. It's just 5. The pair with John just coming out to the crease. So he's opening the face, trying to beat Lazama. It looks like they're at point. There's a short third man. But he's opening the face as opposed to just pushing it to cover where there's a huge gap. The man is out at deep cover. Now Simmons has made the decision to retreat on the 30-yard ring from extra cover. Down the track is John, and that one just moves away, pushed wide outside the off stump from Ray Campbell. Now Ray Campbell opens the batting, but you can see he has a lot of ability with the ball as his over comes to an end. His first over, just the 3 runs in it. 93 for 3 after 11 overs. There's some shape on that ball. He just pushed it wide of an advancing Kevis John. Couldn't get any bat at all onto it. Just a 1 over from Burke Jr. for 12. Burke Sr. got the wicket of Sween but went for 28. An expensive start and completion from Raheem Toppin. He would not be too happy, but did take a wicket as well. And Amir Ali in between. 1 for 18 he had in his 2 overs. The fall of wickets, Sween went with the score on 33 in the 4th over of power play. And then Hall with the score on 70. It was a good partnership between Halls and Charles that put on 35. Here's Amir Ali. Again across, there's John Charles who just lifts it effortlessly. And that's gone over the side screen as well. It's into the road. There's a spectator sitting in his porch. And it's into his house, I think. Over the side screen, you could see the house in the background. And he lifted very high. And it just landed on the property behind the side screen. So not for the first time. Charles seems to be taking a liking to hitting sixes in that particular direction. And we're going to have another ball. Might just have to get umpire Mohammed Jaipal to get another box of balls. I'd make it the 3rd ball we've had to change. Well, not change, the 3rd ball. Those balls haven't come back. So we'll have a break in play here as they sort out the ball situation. Dejon Charles moves to 37 off of 24. And he's now struck his 2nd 6 and 4 fours. Striking at 154. So umpire Clive Gaskin has a used ball from the box of balls. And Amir Ali, first delivery, going for 6. A bit expensive. 2nd 6 he's conceded and 1-4. But does have the ability to take wickets. Just receiving some advice. Looks like Enel Ryan, the man offering advice. And this is going to be another one. It's into the seating in the stands. He has the fans ducking. It's another KFC maximum. 2 in the over. Dejon Charles doing some damage here. Just picking it up and whipping it into the onside. See the fans ducking out of the way there. That one was hit in our direction. Another KFC maximum. He goes on now to 43. Back-to-back sixes in the Amir Ali over. Drags the length back. His last two deliveries were too full. This one, he just pushed it wide outside the off stump. And that might just be the strategy when bowling to Charles. Just try to bowl in areas where he'll just have to push for singles. And then give him the single. He's on 44 off of 26. Current run rate. It's creeping up now. Now up to 9.22. Amir Ali contemplating his options with John into the attack. He calls St. John in off of the boundary with the right-hander on strike. St. John has come into point. This is the type of delivery we've accustomed from Amir Ali when he's bowling to right-handers. Just targeting a middle and leg line and trying to spin across, not give the right-hander any room. Just there. Straight to Lezama. So John just soaking up some deliveries here. He's faced 11. Just straight to his total. He's going to get a single here. He wants to. But Lezama deters him with his run chase across from a straight mid-wicket. It's the end of the Amir Ali over. 107 for 3. Charles on 44 and Kevis John on 4.
When you want to get the inside information, you go to the real source, the team members. Let's hear what they're saying.
One of the joys that I have is calling someone and telling them you have that approval. We want to know our clients. The attention that we give the client feels that warmth.
We help you, the customer.
We are here to help you, achieve your dreams.
Client succeeding, it has helped the bank to succeed.
Lots of great information here. And yes, GMMB is a real bank.
Another shot of Charles's wagon wheel. Campbell to continue. And Kevis is trying to get going here. He hits it in the air. Ali is out there and lands in front of him. Just to his right. Not middling it. He's looking at his bat. John. Struggling a bit to get going here. But he will definitely want to push on. And it's important that if he's not getting it off, that he gives the strike back to Charles, just as he did there. So change in personnel, swapping top in with Simmons. As the left-hander comes on to strike, either side of the umpire. And the man now goes to a straighter mid-wicket on the boundary for Campbell. Military medium. It's a slower delivery. And he's trying to tug it into the onside and swung too soon. Charles can't get it away. But he's flirting with danger there because he didn't have to get too much of that. The man, Lezama, is at a short, fine leg, more of a backward square. And there was just one man out in the deeper straight mid-wicket. Now Lezama's going to make a change. He's going to call in the point that was on the boundary to come in the ring so Lezama can go out the deep square leg for protection for Campbell. Goes across John and off the inner portion of the bat down to Lezama. As if that's the line that Campbell wants to attack Charles with. I'm going to use the word attack loosely. Military medium from Campbell, but he's been quite effective with the ball. Not just picking up wickets in matches, but proving difficult to score off of. You think of the likes of a Kyron Pollard, towering figure, just changes his pace with every delivery. That's a Ray Campbell. It's a faster one, skied up in the air, and Simmons comes around and puts it down. So he has a look into the night sky. He's coming around from a straight mid-wicket. And what should have been a simple catch, he gives Kevis John a life. Seemed to have had it covered, settled quite nicely, but he was still on the move when the ball got to him. And trying to take it with palms facing upward. And it went straight off the palm into the ground. 110 for 3, they get a single. And Charles, you don't want to give him back on strike. And that's going to be a lost ball. Another KFC maximum. That brings up another boundary. Another 6 for Dejon Charles. And this is looking too easy for him. Pitched up this time from Campbell. No difficulty in picking up the pace of that delivery. And spanks it for 6. That should bring up his 50 as well. Yes, he goes to 51 off of 29. Dejon Charles, and hits his 4th 6. Together with 4 4s in that 50. And it's an all too familiar sight with the umpire, Mohammed Jaipal, out with his box of balls. Charles 50 with a strike rate of 175 for 8. And we can take a short break here as there's a ball that they're going to have to get a new ball out of the box.
Blue Water's posse identified. Somebody pass blue water. Somebody bring blue water. Somebody get blue water. And we ready now. When you feeling hard, take a blue water spray. Take a blue water spray. In your school or home, take a blue water spray. When the bus run out, take a blue water spray. Party posse water. Working posse water. School children they water. Blue water spray. If it is posse water, the office posse water.
Welcome back. We've got the ball situation organized. 117. And that was a no ball as well. Campbell overstepping. Cardinal sin. Free hit here. And Charles goes again. This time it's over mid-wicket. And it's into the fence. And had that one gone over the fence, we would have been looking for another ball. And bewildered is Campbell. But you can't bowl on that line. Not sure where he could bowl to Devon Charles in this mood. It's another KFC maximum in the direction over mid-wicket. And he's dealing in 6s now. And encouraged by the fact that that was a free hit. And he could only blame himself, Campbell, for overstepping. So now back-to-back 6s in this over from Campbell. Full toss. Just going to get the 1. They're not putting any pressure on Amir Ali coming around from long off to finish off the Campbell over. And he might just be thankful that that over comes to an end. None for 20 he has after 13. It's 1-2-4 for 3. Have a look at the partnerships there. 35 and 35 between Sween and Halls and Charles. And now Charles 39 being the maximum partnership with Kevis now, who's only contributed 6 and faced 14 balls. Partnership of 39 off of 27 balls. There's the duck man. Has a flag with him today. He was in the duck suit earlier on for the earlier game. Have a look at some of the management staff of the North Zone Committee. Taking the opportunity to have a snack during the course of the innings. They've been a hard-working committee under Mr. Winston Sobers, who was across in Guyana for the CPL finals. Might be back in the country now just to join his staff. Mr. Gregory Wales, the treasurer, part of the organizing committee. Ingrid Maxwell as well, the vice chair. Not to mention the hard-working Jolene Wheeler, the secretary, who's been doing all of the announcements. 58 to Charles. Oh, that one kept a bit low. Burke Senior is back into the attack to bowl his final over. The run rate just between 9 and 10 during the last few overs. Kevis John has already been given a life by Frank Simmons, put down at mid-wicket off of the bowling of Campbell in that over. Seemed to have forgotten about that after the 6 hitting of Charles to bring up his 50 in the Campbell over. It's a wide delivery. And he's going to be out caught by St. John. So Kevis John, a struggling innings from him. 6 off of 14. Gets a ball that he tries to push over the head of Point. And got the toe end of the bat and spooned up in the air. And a simple catch for Christophe St. John. At Point, just on the edge of the 30-yard circle. So with the fall of that wicket now, 125 for 4 in the 14th over. Kevin's gone for 6. Been a bit of a struggle that innings from the young man. 15 balls he took to get there. .25 for 4 and Burke Senior. Burke Senior has his second wicket. Matthias Ramdullah, the young man coming out to bat. The number 23. Those from the 90s, you see a number 23 on the back of a player, and only one name comes to mind, the great Michael Jordan for the Chicago Bulls. It's a point in time where almost everybody owned a Chicago Bulls red t-shirt. One of the greatest players in the NBA. Dejon Charles is trying to become a great player in this North Zone T20 tournament. He is 59. It's his third 50 in 3 games and 1 game with a no result. Didn't get the opportunity to bat. So he's going to want to challenge Ikwe Craig for the most runs in the tournament. 234 Ikwe has, with also 3 50s and a 41 not out. Got a 70 not out as well, Ikwe Craig. Burke taking a wicket. Shaping up nicely with that first shot, Matthias Ramdullah. Look at the dismissal from side on. Oh, this is in fact Ramdullah back and across. Head nicely over the ball. Nice high elbow. Just want to rotate the strike here. Hand it back to Charles to finish off the Burke Senior with a faster one. And he flashes outside the off stump and angles it past or between short third man and backward Point, and St. John retrieves it on the edge of the boundary. Allows Ramdullah to get off the mark and come back onto strike. So good over here from Burke Senior to finish off. Picking up a wicket. A nice dab shot here. Just manipulating the field back and across, and this time he can guide it in the gap with an open face bat. This time he's pushing it in front of Point. Ball not getting up enough for him to play that cover drive off the back foot. Trying to force it through the offside. 127 for 4. Final ball. Chips it in the air. They're going to get a single. Christophe is quickly onto it and cannot prevent the single. So it's the end of 14 overs. 128 for 4. Charles on 59 and Matthias Ramdullah on 3. Successful over comes to an end, as well as the spell of Adrian Burke Senior. 4 overs, 2 for 32.
Here at GMMB, love is the currency. And let's show you how we are able to transfer that energy into real conversations. How important is it for the client to be recognized and not to feel invisible, to feel like just a number?
At GMMB, everybody is seen as an ideal, important client. And we give everybody the same level of respect, the same level of acknowledgement, and we deal with you to suit based on that vision of love.
GMMB. It's banking for real.
$128 for 4. Projected total of 183. NL Ryan just instigating some changes here alongside Frank Simmons. Those are the think tank to assist Brent Lizama. the captain of this combined All-Stars team, and it's in the name, All-Stars. The likes of Frank Simmons and NL Ryan in the lineup. Not to mention Amir Ali, Rondell Ram Logan. Hasn't seen him with the ball yet, Ram Logan. Neither have we seen Lezama, the all-rounder, the captain. Just 4 wides and 2 no balls in this total. Amir Ali comes back and struck in front. Not out, says the umpire. Did it come off the bat? Charles is walking down now to have a word with Ramdullah, perhaps to tell him that you can't play Amir Ali off the back foot. We saw him against Burke using the depth of the crease to get back, to push the ball through the offside. But it's a dangerous tactic against the guile of Amir Ali, who can manipulate his speed as well as his line and trajectory of delivery and impart variations, varying amount of spin on the ball. So after that consultation, we just might see Matthias Ramdullah on the front foot first. But this one is short and he's cutting. It goes past the first slip. Lezama is giving chase. It's going to pull up inside the boundary. And Ramdullah flirting outside the off stump. Comes back for 2. 130 for 4. Ramdullah on to 5 now. I think Dejan Charles wants to strike. Ryan again instigating some field changes. He makes an adjustment to Burke, senior, asking him to come in a couple yards at backward square. He does so. Wide outside the off stump. This time cut straight to cover, and it's... Well, the throw's gone wide, but it was a risky single there to take. Push straight to the man at cover. He was charging in a powerful throw, but it went wide. A good stop by Hassan Ali. This is where the likes of Amir Ali could look to strangle the batting. As he's into his final over. 1 for 35 he's had. He's been a bit expensive. His first over went for a few runs. Was struck for some boundaries. 3 6s and a 4. So he'll want to finish off strongly here. And he's going to have to try and do it against Dejan Charles, who's on 59. I mean the 15th over. So it'll be very interesting. Burke Senior has bowled out as well as Abdul Rahim Toppin was bowled out. And hesitation, and the throw is to the non-striker's end. Charles was the one hesitating to come for the single, but Ramdullah was quickly off. And they do complete the single. .132 for 4. So it'll be interesting to see who will bowl the final 5 overs. Ali have bowled out, Buke Senior as well as Raheem Toppin. Campbell has 2 overs. We'll see if he gets another over. Amir Ali pushes it wide, and advancing Ramdullah chips it in the air. They're going to get 1, and Charles only wants the single. He's not going to allow Ramdullah, perhaps a word in passing, to just stay for the single, because he certainly wants the strike. Dejan Charles, who's on 60. And 1 ball to come in the Amir Ali over. And this is where the opportunity that Charles would have to think is just 1 delivery to come from Ali. Does he want to take a risk or try to go big for a KFC maximum? Or does he just want to play out the final delivery from Ali? Take a single and get strike at the other end. And it's the opportunity a man like Amir Ali could just use to try and pick up a wicket. Perhaps a little bit more flight to tempt him. It's a faster delivery, and he is going to get that single in the onside. Charging in off the boundary is the captain Lezama, but it was only ever going to be a single because Charles wants the strike. It goes on to 61. 134 for 4 after 15 overs. That's the end of the spell from Amir Ali. 1 for 38 he has in his 4 overs. And after the first 2 overs that were very expensive, they've pulled it back quite well, Brent Lezama and company. And those towers just turned into some flats as the overs have progressed. particularly the 9th and 10th over. Just 5 runs in the 10th over, and just 2 runs from Abdul Rahim Toppin in the 9th over, where he picked up the wicket of Marlon Phillip, rather. So they pulled it back quite well after the power play. The captain brings himself on. We were wondering who is going to take up the mantle. So he's coming on from the Diego Martin Main Road end. So he's going to bowl the 16th over. So you want to be thinking about the 16th over, the 18th over, and then the 20th over. 3 overs from this end to come. And it just might be Brent Lezama to bowl all 3. And with Ali bowled out now from the northern end, we'll have to see a change there as well. Here's Lezama. Charles hits it up in the air. Opportunity for a catch. And Lezama was off celebrating to the stands whilst the ball was going out to extra cover, recognizing that it's a big wicket. The captain, what a celebration from the captain. He recognizes how big a wicket that was. His teammates finally catch up to him as he made his way all the way across to the boundary. Dizon Charles, the big bat who was in form and striking it to all parts of the ground. He goes now for 61. And a celebrated wicket by the combined All-Stars. 61 off of 34 deliveries with 5 massive 6s and 4 4s and a strike rate of 179. And you have to ask the question, Brent Lezama saving himself down to bowl the death overs. And he had a look at where the ball went and he was off celebrating before the catch was taken. Burke Sr. taking the catch, and have a look at the passion of the man, Brent Lezama. It's a name that is very familiar in Trinidad and Tobago cricket, not just at the club level, but at the national level as well. Playing for Trinidad and Tobago, representing his country, he's representing his team here, combined All-Stars on Republic Day in Trinidad and Tobago. Festivities all across the islands, Trinidad and Tobago, as well as an award function taking place. The Prime Minister's, is it at the Diplomatic Center, the awards function? Recipients of national honors. Short, pulled into the onside. New batsman Joel Samuel. Wicket off the first ball from Lezama. Adrenaline was pumping with that wicket. It doesn't take much to excite Brent Lezama when it comes to cricket. Meanwhile, Matthias Ramdulan now on 7. He's going to try to have to change gears. He's going to have to do it against the captain of the combined All-Stars. Long off, long on, deep cover on a deep mid-wicket. Just 4 in the deep. They're going to get a single here. So just employing 4 in the deep, Lezama, to keep an additional player inside the ring, to put a little bit extra pressure on the pair out in the middle. So Simmons is at a shortish extra cover, and Burke Sr. is at a straight short mid-wicket. Or vice versa for the left-handed Joel Samuel. Tries to turn it to Simmons, but instead it goes out to Burke. And perhaps he was confused as well, which one was mid-wicket and which one was extra cover. Trying to turn it into the onside, but goes to the offside. Or at least that might have been the intent. So Lezama produces a dot delivery at the end of it all. 136 for 5. They are going to get a single here. Some work in the deep for Toppin, who's up to the task and rifled the throw to Hassan Ali, who threatens to throw it at the non-striker's end. 4 overs from Abdul Rahim Toppin. Wasn't too happy with his performance, but did clean bowl Marlon Phillip with a yorker to the base of his off stump. And we've grown accustomed to him not celebrating his wickets, Raheem Toppin. Or perhaps he waits until after the game. Here's Lezama to Ramdullah. And that was hammered down the ground. Lezama did well to get out of the way. Appreciating the effort from Amir Ali out in the deep as the 16th over comes to an end. Have a look at the pace. This was smashed back. Well, he was ducking, but it cleared the fielders. Smacked back to Lezama, who was looking to get out of the way at first, realizing it was a catchable height. The umpire had to take evasive action. And just a single in the end. 138.
Truth be told, here at GMMB, love is the currency. And let's show you how we are able to transfer that energy into real conversations. It seems to me there's a power in listening. It seems like that is a part of the mandate.
Of course. We need to listen to our clients. We need to hear what they need. We need to hear that they are satisfied, they are loved, they are feeling that JMMB culture.
JMMB. It's banking for real.
Matthias Ramdullah 9 off of 10. 138 for 5. Adrian Burke Jr. The man who his action looks a little bit, resembles a bit of a Jasprit Bumrah. Hasn't been able to produce the type of Bumrah-like deliveries so far. But he still has time. Have a look at the bowling action here. Locked right elbow. Squirted out to backward square. $139 for 5. And the batting to come, Carl Vialva, Darren Wilson, the captain, Kwame Mohammed, Sheldon Thomas, and Vaughan Brong. Field changing over. The left-handed Samuels, who's on 2. A nice high elbow and a whippy action with the right hand as it comes around. Even the approach to the stumps. It's a good Yorker delivery. And he has not been bowling out his quota of overs in the tournament, the youngster. I would have liked to see him bowl a few more overs just to see the bowling action, but he can produce wicket-taking deliveries when he gets it in the right areas. And he starts at the top of the innings in the power play and comes back to bowl in the depth, so it's a bit difficult to be economical. Falls away a bit with the action. The pair out there in the middle now trying to push this total out to where the captain would have envisioned. Partnership so far is 6. They've fallen away. The first partnership between Sween and Hall was 35, and then Halls and Charles was 35 as well. And this Dijon Charles 40 and Kevis John, who contributed 6 in that partnership of 40. This one hit ferociously out to Christophe St. John, who underarms the return, and the keeper Hassan Ali comes forward to try and retrieve it to prevent the thought of the second run. So the 6 hitting has been curtailed with the loss of that Dijon Charles wicket. Singles in the over so far. Playing a miss. He's pulling away, swinging, and pulling away from the line of the delivery. The opportunity here for the combined all-stars just to squeeze the run rate, squeeze the batting, get the run rate to drop. The dogs in the northern beyond the boundary a bit restless. This one tucked in the onside. It heads out to the dogs in that direction, but Abdul Rahim Toppin comes around, diving forward and puts the opportunity down. And they come back for a couple, appreciating the effort some of his fielders, and a smile produced from Rahim Toppin as he heads out in the direction of the dogs beyond the boundary. Diving forward, he got there and picked himself off the ground. Going to give you his total effort. Toppin got it in the right hand. Couldn't close both hands together as he was tumbling to the ground. And opportunity grasped. So Ramdullah goes on to 13. And Samuel on to 4 now. The dogs are restless beyond the boundary. They were accustomed to seeing the ball coming in their direction. Probably excited to get the fielders to come and jump the fence to look for the ball. And make it, we've lost 3 balls to the outfield. 1 down at the northern end and 2 out at the Diego Martin main road end. Lezama is going to bowl his second over. 1 for 4 he has, fancying his chances against Joey Samuel. Played out the point, a shy at the stumps, and had that hit, it would have been a run out. Ramdullah just gave up on it because it was played straight to the man. Looks like Ram Logan at point, and he gave up the chase. Is Ram Logan. Played straight to him. Had about a stump and a half to aim at. And at this stage of the game, they're going to run for everything. In fact, he could have picked either end to throw at. And would have fancied his chances had he hit. They get a dismissal via the run out with 145 for 5. We're in the 18th over. Running out of deliveries now. Barataria ball plays a quick delivery outside the off stump. Lezama just encouraging himself to bowl that line. Talks to himself a lot to encourage himself. He talked to anybody who'd listen when it comes to cricket. Quick look out around the field. He tries to maintain that line outside the off stump. And it's up in the air. Lezama is celebrating already. Abdul Rahim Topping is coming around from cover. Christoph St. John cannot get in to pick that catch up. Topping is telling his captain, but I'm coming all the way from across there. You can't expect me to get that. It was in the air for a long time. But Frank Simmons is standing there at extra cover and didn't move a muscle. And it fell just about 15 yards to his left. Toppin retreats to back to deep mid wicket. So 2 fielders at deep mid wicket. I'm not sure Toppin is in the right place as Lezama is round the wicket. Pushed outside the off stump. Toppin went to mid wicket. Christoph is also at mid wicket, about 30 yards away from him. And umpire Avinash Narain just walking across, and it's a no ball signal. It's going to be a free hit. And Lezama is asking the question, what was the no ball for? And I suspect it was because there was an additional fielder outside of the ring. And I think it would have been Toppin because he went to that mid-wicket area, and I'm not sure he was supposed to be there. Lezama says he wants a review. But finally accepts the decision because it's Avinash Narain who walks down to him from square leg to tell him you had an additional man outside of the ring. So Lezama is going to be penalized here. And it's things like this, particularly when the captain is on the ball, that you need the help of the vice captain and the wicket keeper as well, just to keep a check on it. Free hit, slower ball. Hit down to Ali at long on. That ball dipped. Couldn't get under it, Ramdullah. So the free hit just costing 1 for the no ball and 1 for the run. So we're going to keep a check on the field now with the left-handed Samuel back on strike. Pulled the wrong, didn't get all of it. $150 now is on the board for the loss of 5 wickets with 1 delivery to come in the 18th over. So the fans have been treated to 150 runs so far. So has the committee of the North Zone T20 Festival. They'll be quite happy with what they've seen so far in this particular game. Some boundary hitting, some shots for the fans, and wickets as well. That's the line Lezama wants to bowl, wide outside the off stump. The finish of the 18th over, 150 for 5, Ramdullah on 15 and Joey Samuel on 7.
Lion Brand brings you the perfect blend of tradition and convenience. From delicious Polori mix and versatile split peas powder to our easy-to-use fry-bake mix, baking powder, and self-rising flour, Lion Brand takes the guesswork out of cooking, making it simpler than ever to create those cherished family favorites. Taste the tradition, embrace the convenience. Find Lion Brand products at your favorite grocery store today. Lion Brand, the power behind our great taste traditions.
Lion's baking powder. There are 5 brands for you to try. The Polori mix being the favorite amongst, but some new ones there for you to try as well. As it's now the partnership building, it's 16 between Ramdullah and Samuel. And Burke Jr. is going to continue on. Just 12 legal deliveries to come for the rest of the innings. And swinging hard, almost swinging himself off his feet. There is Joey Samuel as he's trying to go over long on in the direction of the barking dogs, north of the ground. Can't make contact. 150 for 5. 11 deliveries left in the innings. No run. Another precious dot ball. Frank Simmons gets a bit closer toward the batsman. Fielders out long on cow corner and deep square leg as well as a deep cover. Advancing down the track. He's lifting it in the air and sails over the head of Ram Logan at long on. It goes all the way for 6. He can't quite find the dogs in the distance beyond the fence, but it's 6 runs nonetheless, a KFC maximum. Advancing down the track, turning that delivery into a length delivery, and that one hitting towards the goal post beyond the boundary, bulging the old onion bag. This time he's tugging it around the corner, and it's another 6. Another KFC maximum. Beats the man at deep square leg on the boundary. And this is exceptional ball striking now from Joel Samuel. Back-to-back 6s off of the bowling of Burke Jr. And a full toss. Picks it up from outside the off stump and deposits it over square leg for another 6. Back-to-back 6s. Going to be a pause in play there as Ali searches for that ball. Had difficulty seeing it. He's had difficulty finding the ball. Might just have to get another ball. The box of ball is going to emerge from the dugout from Mohammed Jaipal. And a smoke there from umpire Avinash Narain. It's a steady procession to retrieve the ball. Back-to-back 6s. 162 for 5. We're in the 19th over. Burke now, back-to-back 6s, has gone none for 30. 2.4 overs. Joey Samuel goes on to 19 off of 12 with those 2 6s. And just like that, his strike rate has gone to 158. Matthias Ramdullah striking at 83. He's trying to push this run rate to over 9. It's 8.68 currently. Burgos gets a ball that should be around between 18 and 20 over mark, or certainly after 15 overs all, I use the ball. Just be a little bit softer, the white ball. Tugging it to Simmons, and that's an exceptional stop from Frank Simmons, who's put his body on the line throughout this innings for the second time, diving around in the outfield. That might have been hit in the air, and he just knocked it down. He's sitting in a bit closer. Almost pushed it back onto the stumps at the non-striker. And advancing down the track again is Samuel. Chips it out. The top in at long off. And 19 overs gone now. Just 6 balls to come. 163 for 5. The batting card, Sween with 2 4s and a 6 for 19. Clifton Halls continuing on with his good form. 31 with 2 6s and 3 4s 5 sixes and 4 fours in the knock of 61 from Dejan Charles. And Marlon Phillip just a 1 boundary in his knock of 6 off of 4 deliveries. And Kevis John 6 off of 15. But this partnership has certainly picked up momentum now with those 2 sixes. 29 it is off of 24 balls. Exactly what you needed at the back end. And Brent Lezama, as predicted, is going to finish off the innings from the Diego Martin Road end for his final over. 2 overs, he's bowled 1 for 10. His final over of the innings, his allotment 4, so he's only given himself 3 overs. And Samuel is going to be on strike on 20. And backs up into the crease. Give himself additional time. Stepped all the way back in the crease. Just a single off the first delivery. So for the right-handed Ramdullah now, it's going to be a number of changes in the field. Toppin comes off the boundary to go to backward point. Campbell goes to third man. There's a deep cover, long off, long on, and a deep mid-wicket. Those are the 5 fielders out in the deep. So definitely he's going to push this wide outside the off stump with that third man in place. And he's hitting it out in the area of extra cover. They're going to come for 2. Simmons is in close at extra cover. He's not sitting on the 30-yard ring. Was hit over his head. Words of encouragement to the captain. It's not a bad over so far. 4 balls to come. 166 for 5. So they've pulled it back quite well. It was heading, put a projected total of 200 at one point. This one hit back down to long off. And Ryan out there, Trinidad and Tobago under 19 coach, playing for the Combined All-Stars. Had a good season with the team. Abdul Rahim Toppin was captain of that team until he got injured, had to sit out for a couple games. Came back to finish off the limited overs tournament. Lazama around the wicket. It's going to be wide. He doesn't want to get anything close to Samuel, who's looking to tug it into the onside. Any length delivery. So he's gone round the wicket, but he pushed it too wide. So conceding an extra. Extras now on to 7. Advancing down the track. Chipping down to Lezama, who digs it in short. $169 for 5. Two deliveries to come. Wide delivery in the over to finish off. Wide again outside the off stump. He's sitting in the air and pulling out of the opportunity to take a catch is Enel Ryan down there long off. Disappointed is Brent Lezama. But at this stage, 170 for 5. At this stage, you want to protect the boundaries. So you don't mind giving up a single and preventing a 4. Because as he charged in to take that catch and it gone past him, it was landing in front of him. Wasn't quite sure if he would have gotten there for that catch. Lezama was disappointed. But it's just a single. 170 for 5. Topping it gets down to him very quickly at mid-wicket. Gets the throw back in very quickly as well. That will finish off the innings. 20 overs, 171 for 5. Barataria ball players being asked to bat first. With the Combined All-Stars winning the toss and not for the first time inserting the opposition. And what was looking to be a total that could have run away from them early on with excellent ball striking in the power play. They got to 55 for the loss of Dexter Sween after 6 overs. And the run rate has always been over 8 runs and over. And for the majority of the innings, it was over 9 runs and over. As we look at the scorecard, and the top scorer of the innings, the standout batsman, Dejon Charles, 61 he made off of 35. Once he was gone, though, there was a bit of a struggle in the middle overs. Marlon Phillip went for 6, Kevis John for 6. And it was not until the big hitting of Joey Samuel at the back end of the innings, he got to 23 off of 17, that pushed this total to 171. 2 wickets for Burke Sr., the off spinner, for 32. And 1 wicket apiece for Amir Ali, Abdul Rahim Toppin, and Brent Lezama, who was the most economical bowler for the combined All-Stars. And so often we see it that we have to repeat it, that the best bowlers, the most economical bowlers, do not bowl their full allotment in this T20 format. As we have a look at some of the highlights, the hitting between Hall and Dexter Sween, that was the first 6 that was hit out of the ground. A massive 6. We had to get a ball after that, but then he top-edged one to Toppin at backward point, and he was gone for 17. And Burke Sr. was in for some punishment from Clifton Halls, who likened the bowling of Toppin as well. Anything short from Toppin, he pulled into the onside. One of them went for a 6. And down the ground, he hit some as well. Marlon Phillip came in. He was out bowled, Toppin getting a wicket back. But the 6 hitting continued with the off of the bat of Dejon Charles. And he whipped a few in the onside off of the spinner Amir Ali as well. Lezama came in. But this was Campbell, in fact, who was hit for a couple 6s down the ground. Kevis John struggled a bit and was dismissed for 6 off the outside edge to point. And then Dejon Charles tried to spoon one. And the celebration was fantastic from Brent Lezama, who picked up his wicket. And Joey Samuel at the back end of the innings struck 2 6s in his knock of 23 off of 17 deliveries to push this total for the Barataria ball players to 171 for 5. And after the interval, the innings break, in about 10 minutes time, we will resume. It's all to play for here in the North Zone T20 Festival, with the combined All-Stars against the Barataria ball players. And the winner gets to take part in Saturday's semi-final. And Santa Cruz already through with 7 points at the top of the table here in Group E. So we'll be right back in a few minutes' time. Join us then.
This one? No. Hey, look, KFC has an incredible promo.
I already had that for lunch.
Crunch whoever isn't on board. Order KFC's Mega 6 Bucket for only $115. KFC, it's finger licking good.
Blue Water's posse identified. Somebody pass blue water. Somebody bring blue water. Somebody get blue water. And we ready now. When you're feeling hard, take a blue water spray. Take a blue water spray. In your school or home, take a blue water spray. When the bus run out, take a blue water spray. Party posse water. Working posse water. School children they water. Blue water spray. Fitness posse water. The office posse water.
Here at GMMB, love is the currency. And let's show you how we are able to transfer that energy into real conversations. How important is it for the client to be recognized and not to feel invisible, to feel like just a number?
At GMMB, everybody is seen as an ideal, important client. And we give everybody the same level of respect, the same level of acknowledgement, and we deal with you to suit based on that vision of love.
GMMB. It's banking for real.
Lion Brand brings you the perfect blend of tradition and convenience. From delicious Pelori mix and versatile split peas powder to our easy-to-use fry-bake mix, baking powder, and self-rising flour, Lion Brand takes the guesswork out of cooking, making it simpler than ever to create those cherished family favorites. Taste the tradition. Embrace the convenience. Find Lion Brand products at your favorite grocery store today. Lion Brand, the power behind our great taste traditions.
Here at GMMB, love is the currency. and let's show you how we are able to transfer that energy into real conversations. What about the connection with you and your team members?
It's top priority for me to have that clear understanding of who my team members are and building connections with them to ensure that they carry out the vision of what we are trying to achieve as a team, realizing opportunities for both the clients and ourselves.
JMMB.
It's banking for real.
When they want to get the inside information, they go to the real source, the team members. Let's hear what they're saying.
One of the joys that I have is calling someone and telling them you have that approval. We want to know our clients, the attention that we give the client feels that warmth.
We help you, the customer.
We are here to help you, achieve your dreams.
Client succeeding, it has helped the bank to succeed.
Lots of great information here. And yes, GMMB is a real bank.
Having that family lime at home, that cookout by the river, or you're just feeling to bubble up pot? Then Cans Poultry and Meats Limited has got you covered for all your meaty needs. Whether it be chicken, beef, steak, lamb, or even seafood, check Cans. They even have seasoning and condiments to complement your dish. So if you're looking for top quality meats at prices that wouldn't bust your pocket, then come on in to Cans today at any of their convenient locations.
Somebody pass blue water, somebody bring blue water, somebody get blue water, and we ready now. When you're feeling hard, take up the water spray. Take up the water spray. In your school or home, take up the water spray. When the bus run out, take up the water spray. Party pussy water, working pussy water, school children they water. The water spray, the fitness pussy water, the office pussy water.
Truth be told, here at GMMB, love is the currency. And let's show you how we are able to transfer that energy into real conversations. It seems to me there's a power in listening. It seems like that is a part of the mandate.
Of course. We need to listen to our clients. We need to hear what they need. We need to hear that they are satisfied, they are loved, they are feeling that JMMB culture.
JMMB.
It's banking for real.
This one? No. Hey, look, KFC has an incredible promo.
I already had that for lunch.
Crunch whoever isn't on board. Order KFC's Mega 6 bucket for only $115. KFC, it's finger licking good.
Blue water's pussy identified. Somebody pass blue water, somebody bring blue water, somebody get blue water, and we ready now. When you're feeling hard, take up the water spray. Take up the water spray. In your school or home, take up the water spray. When the bus run out, take up the water spray. Party pussy water, working pussy water, school children they water. The water spray, the fitness pussy water, the office pussy water.
Here at GMMB, love is the currency. And let's show you how we are able to transfer that energy into real conversations. How important is it for the client to be recognized and not to feel invisible, to feel like just a number?
At GMMB, everybody is seen as an ideal, important client. And we give everybody the same level of respect, the same level of acknowledgement, and we deal with you to suit based on that vision of love.
JMMB.
It's banking for real.
Lion Brand brings you the perfect blend of tradition and convenience. From delicious Polori mix and versatile split peas powder to our easy-to-use fry-bake mix, baking powder, and self-rising flour, Lion Brand takes the guesswork out of cooking, making it simpler than ever to create those cherished family favorites. Taste the tradition, embrace the convenience. Find Lion Brand products at your favorite grocery store today. Lion Brand, the power behind our great taste traditions.
Here at GMMB, love is the currency. And let's show you how we are able to transfer that energy into real conversations. What about the connection with you and your team members?
It's top priority for me to have that clear understanding of who my team members are and building connections with them to ensure that they carry out the vision of what we are trying to achieve as a team, realizing opportunities for both the clients and ourselves.
JMMB.
It's banking for real.
When they want to get the inside information, they go to the real source, the team members. Let's hear what they're saying.
One of the joys that I have is calling someone and telling them you have that approval. We want to know our clients. The attention that we give the client feels that warmth.
We help you, the customer.
We are here to help you, achieve your dreams.
Client succeeding, it has helped the bank to succeed.
Lots of great information here. And yes, GMMB is a real bank.
Blue Water's posse identified. Somebody pass blue water. Somebody bring blue water. Somebody get blue water. And we ready now. When you're feeling hard, take a blue water spray. Take a blue water spray. In your school or home, take a blue water spray. When the bus run out, take a blue water spray. Party posse water. Working posse water. School children they water. Blue water spray. The fitness posse water. The office posse water.
Welcome back. This game, battle between Barataria Bowl players and the combined All-Stars. First inning total of 171 for 5 by the Barataria Bowl players who were inserted into bat. Two batsmen making their way out in the middle. A bit of a change in the batting order as compared to the last game. And Frank Simmons returns to the top of the order. He will have first strike. We saw one game NL Ryan opened with him as well. And Christian Lal, one game he played. We placed Simmons at the top of the order and he opened with Ray Campbell. So another change to the top of the order to chase this total of 171. And it's a must-win game here for both teams. So the bowler Kwame Mohammed is going to start things from the northern end of the ground. Simmons settling. Two fielders out in the deep in the power play, long, a fine leg and a third man. This is going to be a boundary. It's hit over the head of a ducking Clive Gaskin at square leg. Pulled away with ferocious power from Frank Simmons. He's in tremendous form with the bat is Simmons. Got 64 in his first game. Retired out as he batted almost all the way through the innings and allowed Amir Ali to come in to face the last over. But he made 64. Retired out in that first game against Santa Cruz and then a 69. So he's in very good form. I'm expecting this delivery pitched up from Kwame Mohammed. So off to a good start already. We also saw the first delivery from Burke Jr. going for a boundary. Dexter Sween. Sween was the one who dispatched that one away for 4 runs at the start of the Barataria Ball players' innings. Simmons doing the same here for the combined All-Stars. Phillips doing the fielding there. He's at mid-wicket. It's a 5-4 field for the bowling of Kwame. Oh, he's trying to pull it into the onside again. It goes over the top of middle and leg stump. It was angling into Simmons. Good piece here from Kwame Mohammed. The field changed after that first boundary. They've taken out the third man and they've put, as you can see there, a deep square leg on the boundary. Looks like Matthias Ramdula is the man out there at backward square. Because Simmons likes to go, he favors the onside. Anything on the line of his body or even on the stumps, he tugs it into the onside. Rondell Ram Logan given one down in the earlier game against Santa Cruz. Now he's at the top of the order. He was left out when Lal was selected. Back in the lineup now. Steps across and gets very quickly to mid-off, who has a shy at the non-striker's end. Tumbling over was Mohammed. Mid-on, in fact. End of the first over. 5 without loss. Ramlogan yet to get off the mark and Simmons on 5. And that first 2 overs from Barataria ball players with the bat was very expensive. Junior Burke opened the bowling with Burke Senior and Junior. One the fast bowler and one the off spinner. Opened the bowling and they were both very expensive. Opening the bowling from the Diego Martin main road end is Dejon Charles, the all-rounder. Trying to stamp his authority on this game. 1 for 25 he had against Santa Cruz in a game they lost, trying to defend 190. And 1 for 13 he had against Harvard in a game that they won quite easily, getting to 112 for 1 off of 9 overs after Harvard posted 108 for 7 after 16 and curtailed the game. Here he is to start against Simmons. That one just hits the seam, moves away, and Simmons cannot understand why it's not signaled a wide by umpire Gaskin. Has a word with the wicketkeeper, trying to confirm his suspicions that it was wide, indicating to him that it seemed away as well. Umpire Gaskin was unmoved. Dot ball. Coming down the wicket. Mohammed has some work to do. Makes the keeper work as well. Hall. Remind our listeners of the points table. It's a must-win game here for both teams, trying to finish second in the group. They tied on 3 points, Barataria and Combined All-Stars, with Barataria just fractionally ahead on net run rate. But it's not going to matter, as both teams need a win. Ram Logan cannot get off the mark just yet. His second delivery he faces. And already you could see that Dejon Charles is just going to produce deliveries wide outside that off stump, just hanging that ball out there because he has a third man in place, backward point and a cover point. So he's going to focus on that line outside the off stump. And he tugs it into the onside for one that is angled in from outside the off stump onto the stumps. And the second fielder out in the deep is a deep square leg for the power play. And Ramlogan is starting, he's batting on a leg stump guard on an open stance. And Frank Simmons just rehearses a pull shot into the onside, recognizing that there is a gap there with just 3 fielders on the onside. A deep backward square on the boundary and a mid-wicket and a mid-on. It's a 6-3 field for Charles. Angles it into Simmons and he hits it exactly where he was looking. Anything short of a length, he wants to hit in that direction. It's a vacant mid-wicket and it goes into the boundary for 4. Didn't time it quite as well, but the man at backward square cannot get around and the mid-wicket in the circle is very straight. So it's a wide gap there in the direction of the boundary rope. Just knotted up there on the boundary edge, and the ball just seemed to track it. So boundary in the over off of Charles for Simmons. And he's pulling straight to the man. And Sween takes the catch at mid-on. He was trying to go on the onside as well. Just 3 fielders on the onside, but could only put it in the hands of Dexter Sween, who is quite capable to accept such a simple catch for him. The first wicket falls with the total on 11. On the final delivery, his eyes lit up there as you saw, and hit the toe end of the bat straight to the man Dexter Sween. Thought he could get some more runs. He had to fetch it from wide outside the off stump. And with that line of the delivery, you're going to have to pull it very square indeed to get it past Sween, and that he could not do. He's gone for 10, 2 overs gone, and 11 for 1.
Having that family lime at home, that cookout by the river, or you're just feeling to bubble up pot? Then Cans Poultry and Meats Limited has got you covered for all your meaty needs. Whether it be chicken, beef, steak, lamb, or even seafood, check Cans. They even have seasoning and condiments to complement your dish. So if you're looking for top quality meats at prices that wouldn't bust your pocket, then come on in to Cans today at any of their convenient locations.
Back here to live action. 2 overs gone. Cans Poultry, sponsor for this North Zone T20 tournament. 9 locations across the country. One just around the corner from me. It's Mohammed back into the attack. And concerted effort to keep that line outside the off stump. So pegged back already, the combined all-stars. A new man to the crease is Brent Lezama, who got to 90 in the last game against Ebony Sports and Cultural Club. He's at the non-strikers then. Ram Logan on 1. Steps across and struck in line. Avinash Narain has no option but to send him on his way. And along with the raise, the pointed finger, it's the death stare as well from Avinash Narain. And Ram Logan goes just the 1 run. He struggled in this innings to get the ball away. And his innings is curtailed. He's gone for 1. And the captain not out. Yet to score. Stepping across outside the off stump and trying to tug it into the onside. And an easy decision for umpire Narain. He started batting on that leg stump line with an open stance. Looking to shuffle across. But you have to be careful when you're doing that to keep your head very still, because it's a lot of movement across the crease. And you also have to be very certain of where your off stump is, trying to go across the line of the delivery. And he's lost his wicket. The second wicket goes now for 11 runs. The combined all-stars in a bit of trouble now. And Amir Ali is the new man making his way out into the middle. And it's a promotion in the batting order for Ali after his 21 against the Ebony Sports and Cultural Club in the last game. He batted at the end of the innings against Santa Cruz and hit 14 runs off of 5 deliveries with 2 towering sixes. So he's very capable with the bat, as evidenced by the fact that he's coming in at number 4, in fact. And both batsmen out in the middle, yet to face a delivery and yet to score, obviously, with the score on 11, 161 in 106 balls, all to play for. And the prize is a semi-final spot on Saturday. Kwame Mohammed has a wicket, 1 for 5 he has. Left-hander on strike. Forward defensive. Fielders out in the deep for the left-handed Ali. Marlon Phillip at third man. And down on the boundary edge at backward square. Looks to be Kevis John out in the distance. All by his lonesome self. 3 on the onside, a 6-3 field for Ali. And it's an appeal for a caught behind here. And umpire Narain is unmoved. And everyone was convinced that they heard something, including the bowler, who charged down to the non-striker's end in celebration. He's all smiles now. Not out, says the umpire. What a fantastic over so far from Kwame Mohammed. 4 dot deliveries under wicket. Could be shaping up to be a maiden wicket. And all the pressure now on the combined all-stars. There's going to be a change in the field. He's going to put a slip in place for the left-handed Ali. He's fishing again outside the off stump. There's pace, there's bounce, there's movement. And you can see exactly why the captain has decided to put a slip in place, that of, looks like Dijon Charles. Wide down the leg side, just it's going quite well up until that delivery was shaping up to be a maiden over, but he's going to have to re-bowl that final delivery, just spoiling the over. Could have been a maiden wicket. So Lezama at the other end hasn't faced a delivery yet, and he's seen 2 go past the outside edge of Ali. Tumbling stop from Mohammed to finish off the over, and 3 overs gone, 12 for 2. Wicket taking over from Mohammed, and then a bit of bother here. Frank Simmons gone for 10. He was gone with the score on 11. Rondell Ram Logan soon followed without adding to the total for combined all-stars. He went for 1. 1 extra in the innings. Batting to come Christoph St. John, Burke Senior and Junior, as well as the wicketkeeper Hassan Ali. Anil Ryan is down the order, and Ray Campbell, who opened the innings in the last game, not to mention Abdul Rahim Toppin, and we'll certainly see him up the order. Certainly not a number 11. Bowling change here. Dexter Sween is going to come into the attack to replace the 1 over from Dijon Charles, who picked up the wicket of Frank Simmons. Still in the power play, reminding you. So there's a deep square leg and a man on the point boundary for the bowling of Sween. So the 3rd man has come up, and they've opted for a sweeper instead on the offside. First delivery from Sween. Squirted out to backward square. Not quite the pace of a Dijon Charles or Kwame Mohammed. Hence no need for the 3rd man on the boundary. And the captain is now off the mark, Brent Lezama. Amir Ali trying to do the same. Interesting that they would change the bowler after having taken a wicket. His first over went for 6 runs. Both bowlers, in fact, taken out after 1 over. He's going to get off the mark again. Might just go all the way to the boundary. He's walking, confident that he timed it well enough, even though the fielder cover seemed to get a hand onto it. And Sween is punished with a full length delivery outside the off stump that goes for 4. Quality shot here from Amir Ali. Just crunched down into the shot to keep the ball low, to ensure that he timed it well as it was moving away from him. Got enough bat onto it, perhaps off the middle of the bat as well, and earned himself 4 runs to get off the mark. 17 for 2. He's eyeing up the onside now, expecting that Sween would overcompensate and perhaps start on the line of a middle and leg. He stays wide outside the off stump and he tries to go in the air, looking for power this time from Ali, trying to lift it over extra cover. Doesn't make any contact. The previous delivery, he got low and swatted it out to cover for 4. Not on that occasion. 17 for 2. 3 deliveries to come in the 4th over, and then 2 more overs of power play. This one is a bit more bongs, and he cuts it, bisecting the gap between short third man and backward point. It goes into the boundary for 4. His second boundary for Amir Ali, and second boundary off of the bowling of Sween in the over. That was the first one that he put the bat onto it and guided through cover. And then his second boundary, just placing it between point and third man, not looking to keep it down, flashing and flashing hard. Trying to maintain a measure of control on the shot as well. Takes the total onto 21 for 2. 2 deliveries now in the 4th over. They've dropped a man out to third man boundary. So they're on the third man boundary. So they're going to ask the backward point that was sweeping to come into the ring. And the other man at backward square now. He goes a bit finer. Sween, who can also manipulate the pace of the delivery, goes past the umpire. And this time he is guiding it out between backward point and point. Goes close to the boundary. And Villalva does the chase. Holds it back. Expensive over from Sween. It's now going for 11. Interesting choice to take Charles out of the attack. Perhaps wary of what is to come. I want to save some of his overs. Sween replaced him and has gone for runs. Dabs it down. They come for a quick single, a shy at the non-striker's end that Amir Ali was heading to. Didn't seem to hasten with the throw on the way. But it's the end of 4 overs, 24 for 2. Have a look at the running here. Just dabs it down. The man picking up there, Mohammed, and a shy, but he made his ground. 148 needed off of 98.
Truth be told, here at GMMB, love is the currency. And let's show you how we are able to transfer that energy into real conversations. It seems to me there's a power in listening. It seems like that is a part of the mandate.
Of course. We need to listen to our clients. We need to hear what they need. We need to hear that they are satisfied, they are loved, they are feeling that JMMB culture.
JMMB.
It's banking for real.
Welcome back. 24 for 2 after 4. And we've discovered the reason for withdrawing Dijon Charles out of the attack, because he wanted to switch ends. So he's going to come from the northern end. So the national awardees accepting their tokens of appreciation on Republic Day here in Trinidad and Tobago. The Order of the Republic of Trinidad and Tobago presented to Ho Choi Charles, Professor Selwyn Kujo, and Kenneth Ramchan earlier on tonight. The prize on offer here in this encounter between Combined All-Stars and the Barataria ball players is a place in the semi-finals on Saturday. Charles back into the attack and cutting in the air. Man at third man and living dangerously, an uppercut from Amir Ali. Luckily it was wide of the man at third man. Went on the bongs to him out there. So Lazam, who's only faced 1 delivery since he's been out there. Amir Ali has faced 9 of 10 in the partnership with Lezama. Charles just almost no pace in his run-up toward the stump. Everything off the shoulders from the tall Dijon Charles. Current run rate 5.77 in this total of 25. Good delivery there from Charles, forcing Lezama just to knock it back toward him. No width on offer, no length delivery so far in the over. Single to the total. Lezama a little more circumspect in this innings after his knock of 90 in the last game. It was a very explosive knock off of 57 deliveries from Lezama. Indicated that he didn't know he was in the 90s, and had he been told, he would have batted differently. He was trying to go for a boundary over mid-wicket and was out caught. Ali on 12 to face up to Charles. Can't get past extra cover. The fans getting animated here at the Diego Martin Sporting Complex, demanding some action. Ali on 12 off of 11. And he finds the gap. Diving away is Marlon Phillip at point. Can't get anything onto it. And Amir Ali, not for the first time, drives it square of the wicket and gets a boundary. Pushed wide and down on one knee, crunching it past the diving Phillip at point. And appreciated by the fans here in the Diego Martin Sporting Complex. They were demanding a boundary, and Amir Ali was quick to oblige. And have a look at the towers there. It's a very close game with some significant overs that went for over 12 runs in that total of 171 posted by the Barataria ball players. Sween will continue. Lazami's faced 4 deliveries, just a 1 run. Wide down the leg side, and he's gone for 4 wides. Sween, not a good start. He was expensive in his first over. Dexter Sween, first over went for 12. He was struck for 2 boundaries. Diving away, the wicketkeeper Halls couldn't knock it down. Raced across the outfield, so he's gone for 5 wides. He's going to have to start over the over. Tweaks the field, sends the man at point 6 paces to his left. Not sure if that would make any difference, feeling out sweeping on the boundary edge. He didn't move that far. Sween. Down the ground. And that was struck with such ease from Brent Lezama. Boundary starting to flow now. Wide open stance from Lezama. And he's just hitting through the line. Down the ground. He got the length that he wanted. And smashed Dexter Sween straight back. Over the head of Sween. There's no protection out there. Fielders out square of the wicket either side. Lezama on to 5 now. Is he looking to accelerate? It's the final over of power play. So this is the over to do it. Oh, good delivery here from Sween. Just that 5th stump line. The length in between length. Not sure if to get forward or play back. And he's trying to open the face to run it down to 3rd man. And goes past the outside edge. Through to the wicket keeper. He gotten a little bit of a nibble on that. It would have been a good comeback from Sween, who's been a bit expensive. 21 he's conceded now in 8 deliveries. And he struck him, and it's up in the air to short third man. Just waiting to see a signal from the umpires, because umpire Narain just waving his hands around as if to signal a dead ball, because he wants to have a word with Brent Lezam. And I'm just wondering if he's just checking to see if that ball that got big on him, if it hit him on the helmet, and if he's okay. Umpire Narain just keeping a check on the player's safety out there to ensure that he was good enough to continue. He is. Lezam on 5. Been made to hurry here, and they hurry through for a single. And not challenging the single there, the man at mid-on. Ten runs in the over from Sween. He's going to make a change here in his approach to the stump. He's going to come right over the wicket to Amir Ali, and the fielder just on the offside. They just move around to their right. They get a bit squarer. 3 fielders on the offside. It's a 6-3 field. He's pulling into the onside, but there's protection there. 1 bounce. It got to him quickly out on the boundary. And the end of the 6th over. End of the power play, 2 for 41.
Lion Brand brings you the perfect blend of tradition and convenience. From delicious Pelori mix and versatile split peas powder to our easy-to-use fry-bake mix, baking powder, and self-rising flour, Lion Brand takes the guesswork out of cooking, making it simpler than ever to create those cherished family favorites. Taste the tradition. Embrace the convenience. Find Lion Brand products at your favorite grocery store today. Lion Brand, the power behind our great...
So in fact, it was over. Just 1 more delivery to complete the over. The first ball that went for 5 wides is in fact now the end of the over. So after the power play, it remains 41 for 2.
Blue water's posse identified. Somebody pass blue water. Somebody bring blue water. Somebody get blue water. And we ready now. When you feeling hard, take a blue water spray. Take a blue water spray. In your school or home, take a blue water spray. When people gone out, take a blue water spray. Party posse water. Working posse water. School children they water. Blue water spray. The fitness posse water. The office posse water.
Yeah, they Amir Ali on 17. Flags flying in the stands. North Zone committee members. As we're coming down to the end of the tournament, the business end of the tournament, semi-final places up for grabs. Carl Vialva will come into the attack. Amir Ali's on 17. Can't get a run there. Power play is over. So just 1 game left in round 5 after this game between Glenora Sports and Savannah Boys. That will be at 6:30 p.m. tomorrow, Thursday. This is the final game in Group A, playing tonight on Republic Day. They are going to get a run on this occasion. So in comparison, the Barataria ball players were 55 for 1 after their power play. And the combined all-stars just pegged back with the loss of 2 early wickets scoring 41. They've lost one of their main run scorers in this tournament, Frank Simmons. It's a 69 and a 60 in 2 games he's played. And falling for 10 here in this game. Pushing for 2 here. And a misfield, one-handed attempt to pick it up. The bowler is not amused. And perhaps just took his eye off the ball as well. Trying to do a one-hand pickup. He was pressured by the running of the 2 players out in the middle, Zama and Ali. And that's what you got to do. You've got to run her first one hard. Put pressure on the fielders. And try and force an error. This one cut away. They're going to get a single. And that's something we haven't spoken too much about. We must give kudos to the ground staff here at the Diego Martin Sporting Complex. The outfield has been immaculate. Not to mention the pitch as well. There's something in it for the bowlers. Good pace, good bounce, and there is turn on offer as well. And the pitch, the 2 pitches have held up quite well over the course of the last 2.5 weeks or so. It's game number 18. Match day number 15. Game number 19. 2 games today. This doubleheader. Quick single to backward point. And the captain misfields Wilson. And they still can't get the overthrow. As the throw came in from Ramdullah on the boundary edge. Rifling it at the wicket keeper. But it's down at the ankles and a difficult take for him. But he got enough glove onto it that they couldn't come back. They were looking to come back to put more pressure on the field. Lezama is on 9 off of 11. They're going to get another single here. They're dealing in singles, trying to get the odd boundary. They picked up boundaries in the last over. And with the bowling change here, the end of 7 overs, the first over from Carl Villalva, spin into the attack. He's conceded 6 and 47 for 2. Another 125 needed. 76 balls. 11 runs came off of the final over of power play. The wickets gone so far. Frank Simmons for 10 and Rondell Ramgogan 1. So change at the top of the order, not working out too well. I'm trying to rebuild here is Lezama and Ali. And the partnership so far between them is worth 36 off of 28 balls. 19 runs contributed in the partnership from Ali. Vaughan Brong comes into the attack, the off spinner. No run there. And he can bowl a very quick, faster ball, Vaughan Brong, almost medium pace. The off spinner. I've played a few games with him in the past. And sometimes he opens the bowling as well. There's the faster one, drags it down. Trying to produce a false shot. Trying to get the batsman to just pull it in the air and not picking up the pace of the delivery, perhaps spooning it up off a top edge. But Lezama cannot be outfoxed. Goes on to 11. Trying to smack it down the ground. Ali's not quite there. And the pace of Brong, and he's going to do this regularly. Push through quite a few of them. Almost have to play him like a medium pacer. He hangs one up in the air. And it's driven out to the boundary. It's going to go for 4. It's wide of the man diving at extra cover. Goes into the boundary for 4. That's the 50. 50 runs on the board. And no way the man at extra cover could catch up with that one. Neither could the long off. And well put away from Ali. The first delivery we saw from Brong that he's really slowed up and give a little bit of flight. And might be the last one that we see from him in such a fashion. Kev is John, the man diving away at extra point, at extra cover. The man with the fluorescent shoes on. Oh, it's another good delivery here. This one just going under the bat of Ali, who seemed to play over it. Not sure if it kept a bit low as well. That's changes in speed. It's not quite the faster one from Brown, but that one was still pushed through. But not as much flight as the one that was struck for 4 by Ali. Ali on 23. Nice loop. A little bit of drift. Not much turn on offer though. For Vaughan. The 8 over comes to an end. The 50 up in that over. 53 for 2. 24 to Ali and 11 to Lezama.
Here at GMMB, love is the currency. And let's show you how we are able to transfer that energy into real conversations. What about the connection with you and your team members?
It's top priority for me to have that clear understanding of who my team members are and building connections with them to ensure that they carry out the vision of what we are trying to achieve as a team, realizing opportunities for both the clients and ourselves.
GMMB.
It's banking for real.
50 coming up in the 7th over. With that boundary from struck by Amir Ali off of Von Brung. Vialva to continue. More off-spin bowling. Mistimed, and they're going to look for 2 as Philip comes around from deep mid-wicket. They get 2 easily in the end. One for 7 against Harvard for Vialva, and none for 50 against Santa Cruz. A loud appeal here. Has he gone through? It's gone all the way through, and Carl Vialva gets a wicket. It's gone through the defensive of Amir Ali and outfoxed by a type of delivery that he himself would bowl. It's not that short, and he went back on the back foot, angling into the left-hander, and it's through his defenses. A ball he might have been forward too, and he's out bowled, perhaps coming off the pad as well. But that's a delivery you should be playing forward too. Was pushed through with a bit of pace and outfoxed by Carl Vialva as he waves him off, sends him in the direction of the pavilion. And off of the top of the hand, seemed to almost like a seam up delivery. And Amir Ali, the partnership is broken on 44, and Ali is gone for 26 with 4 fours off of 22 deliveries. And the combined all-stars in a bit of difficulty now, certainly, with 3 wickets down and just 55 runs on the board. Enel Ryan seems to be the man making his way out to the middle. Ryan it is. He's trying to cut a ball right outside the off stump. Rehearses a shot to guide it. Luckily he didn't get any bat or edge onto it through to wicket keeper, who put it down anyway. Vialva has a wicket in his 2nd over now. This time he gets bat onto it. Can't beat the diving Dejon Charles. at backward point. And they're quite close together. Kevis, John and Charles is the closer of the two. Solid forward defense there, and just as well from Ryan, as that one was looking to creep in between bat and pad. Very tight over here from Villalva. Zaman not out on 11 at the opposite end, the captain of the combined all-stars, seeing wickets tumbling on the other side, almost helpless from the other end. Flighted and hit out. Sween is out there, fumbles a bit, but recovers nicely. Didn't ricochet too far from him. End of 9 overs. In a bit of trouble here, the combined all-stars at 56 for 3. The biggest partnership of the innings that just ended between Lazama and Amir Ali, who was out bowled. Successful over from Carl Villalva. 7 extras in this total. So drinks to come after this over. And perhaps a much needed break for the combined all-stars. They're struggling with their run rate currently. Need another 116 runs in 66 deliveries. The current run rate is 6.22. Frank Simmons brings a helmet out to NL Ryan as Kevis John is being introduced into the attack, the speedster. The bright fluorescent shoes on. So often we see as well a bowling change just for the final over before the drinks break. And usually it's a fast bowler. To measure his run up, loosen up, changes to the field as well. So the 1 over from Brong and withdrawn from the attack. Went for 6. He was hit for 1-4. Wasn't a bad over against Amir Ali. He bowled. And Ryan to face up. It's a wide delivery. Starts very wide outside the off stump. Hit down the ground in the air. Man coming around from... Well, he tumbles over. Couldn't take the catch. Tried to knock it down in the end. Coming in from long off. Ryan trying to go big. He's on 3 now. He didn't get there at all. Put the hands out in front of him to try and knock it down. Or even... self-preservation might have been on his mind as well. Diving away. Extra cover. Gets out to Ramdullah. They look to come for 2, but the throw is on the way. Bit of a hesitation with the throw. Looks like the captain there diving away at extra cover. Hall is asking for a bit of a field change, or perhaps an adjustment in the field itself. He's asking the long off to come a bit straighter, and he's asking the cover to move around. Doesn't heed the call at cover. It's a wide delivery from John. Shaky start here from the young fast bowler. He's indicating he doesn't think it's that wide. It was almost off the pitch. He's talking to Dexter Swing not long on. is John. A better delivery and lifted in the air out toward the man at, they're going to look for two, the man at cover. Now he was asked to move to his right. He didn't move. He had to move now because that's the direction the ball was heading in. Kevis John got the return, tumbling over. He's not happy at all. He's been made to work for the throw. He's asking that the return should go to the keeper's end. But I think he was eyeing up the non-striker's end because that batsman was slow to react and was sending back Lozama. Another wide here. Enel Ryan was not going to come for a second. The energetic Lozama was interested in getting the strike. So not going for boundaries, but 3 wides in the over. Adding up to 7 runs so far in the over. And just 3 legitimate deliveries so far in this 10th over. And this one is lifted, pitched on the line of the stump, and it goes out into the roadway. And cars are passing there, and luckily seem to have missed those cars. Kevis John pitches up one and smacked out of the ground by Enel Ryan. He's waiting for this length delivery and hoists it in the air. So a few of those from Dijon Charles over the head of our cameraman out there, Sachin Mohammed. Seems to be in the firing line today at the Diego Martin Main Road end. 69 for 3. Ryan goes on to 10. Lozama on 12, and we do get the ball back. So it didn't make its way into the house, and perhaps just stayed on the roadway, and one of the passers-by just tossed it back for us. Kevis John, 13 runs now with that 6 in his first over. And he's cutting past third man. He's bisecting the gap between third man and point. And the chase is on. Goes into the boundary. Brown can't catch up with it. Neither could the man at cover coming around, Ramdullah. And a very expensive over. A 6 down the ground. And now a 4 through the point area. And 10 runs off 2 balls. A very expensive over. 17 runs in this over so far. And might just give Combined All-Stars the momentum they need, or get them to the point where they probably want it to be at the end of 10 overs. 73 now for 3 with 1 delivery to come. It's been a very long over. 8 deliveries so far. Still a ball to come before the drinks break. And it's off the outside edge. And rubbing salt into the wound. The man is giving chase again, Brown. He is going to catch up to it this time. That outside edge just took the pace off of it as well. John is not happy at all, but he could have no one else to blame but himself. Conceding 19 runs, and after 10 overs, 75 for 3. And Ryan is now catching up and even surpassing his captain out there, Lozama. So Amir Ali for 26, he's gone. Enel Ryan now on 16 and Lozama on 12. And there'll be a drinks break now at 75 for 3 after 10 overs. We'll be back in a few minutes.
Having that family lime at home, that cookout by the river, or you're just feeling to bubble up pot? Then Cans Poultry and Meats Limited has got you covered for all your meaty needs. Whether it be chicken, beef, steak, lamb, or even seafood, check Cans. They even have seasoning and condiments to complement your dish. So if you're looking for top quality meats at prices that wouldn't bust your pocket, then come on in to Cans today at any of their convenient locations.
Here at GMMB, love is the currency. And let's show you how we are able to transfer that energy into real conversations. What about the connection with you and your team members?
It's top priority for me to have that clear understanding of who my team members are and building connections with them to ensure that they carry out the vision of what we are trying to achieve as a team, realizing opportunities for both the clients and ourselves.
GMMB.
It's banking for real.
This one? No. Hey, look, KFC has an incredible promo.
I already had that for lunch.
crunch whoever isn't on board. Order KFC's Mega 6 Bucket for only $115. KFC, it's finger licking good.
Blue water's posse identified. Somebody pass blue water. Somebody bring blue water. Somebody get blue water. And we ready now. When you feeling hard, take a blue water spray. Take a blue water spray. In your school or home, take a blue water spray. When the bus run out, take a blue water spray. Party posse water. Working posse water. The school children they water. Blue water spray. The fitness posse water. The office posse water.
Here at GMMB, love is the currency. And let's show you how we are able to transfer that energy into real conversations. How important is it for the client to be recognized and not to feel invisible, to feel like just a number?
At GMMB, everybody is seen as an ideal, important client. And we give everybody the same level of respect, the same level of acknowledgement, and we deal with you to suit based on that vision of love.
GMMB.
It's banking for real.
Blue water's posse identified. Somebody pass blue water. Somebody bring blue water. Somebody get blue water. And we ready now. When you feeling hard, take a blue water spray. Take a blue water spray. In your school or home, take a blue water spray. When the bus run out, take a blue water spray. Party posse water. Working posse water. The school children they water. Blue water spray. The fitness posse water. The office posse water.
Lion Brand brings you the perfect blend of tradition and convenience. From delicious Polori mix and versatile split peas powder to our easy-to-use fry-bake mix, baking powder, and self-rising flour, Lion Brand takes the guesswork out of cooking, making it simpler than ever to create those cherished family favorites. Taste the tradition, embrace the convenience. Find Lion Brand products at your favorite grocery store today. Lion Brand, the power behind our great taste traditions.
When you want to get the inside information, you go.
Welcome back. 10 overs gone in this run chase between the combined All-Stars and the BARATARIA ball players. And Enil Ryan on strike, dabs this one down past Kevis John, and it'll go into the boundary for 4 as we start the 11th over. 79 for 3, grinding momentum here now are the combined All-Stars after a big over off of the bowling of Kevis John before the drinks break. That one played past Kevis John into the boundary for 4. And Ryan, he's on 16. Lezama. Lezama goes up to no ball signal by umpire Ryan. It's going to be a free hit here as Brent Lezama goes on to 14. That over from John went for 19 runs. And the free hit signaled out wide, so he's going to have to try and bowl it over. Just one ball in the 11th over. Another wide. He's going to have to bowl again. Just having a little bit of an issue with the score on the ticker. Have it updated shortly. Going to be 1 run to the total. $80 for 3. There we go, 83 for 3 with the no ball and the 2 wides. Ryan on 16 now. Joey Samuel, the man, bowling the first over after the drinks break. Hit out for the cover. Diving effort there. And just stops short of the rope. Looks like Marlon Phillip out there doing the fielding. Can't get a run here. Sent back by Lizama. So 3 additional deliveries to come in this Joey Samuel over. Not the start you would have wanted after the drinks break. Can't get a run there. The due factor now. We see the rags coming out now to dry the ball. Carl Villalva shouting some words of encouragement to Samuel. And this is a big hit here. Into the onside. It'll go all the way for 6. A KFC maximum. NL Ryan is certainly looking to get on with it now. That 6 to finish off the over takes him into the 20s now. 24 he is. And trying to take command of this game. 11 overs gone, 91 for 3. 13 extras now in the innings with those additional deliveries. 3 extras in that over. The first over from Joey Samuel, of course, in 16 runs. The equation narrowing now. 87 required off of 55. And with Brent Lizama there and Ryan batting the way he currently is, they're starting to edge their way back into this game. And it has to be said, the extras are certainly aiding. You can see the fall of wickets there. The 2 early wickets falling with the score on 11. And then the 3rd wicket falling with the score on 55, that of Amir Ali. 7 bowlers used so far. Villalva, his 2 overs, 1 for 9. But he's changed the ends now. Not quite sure why he was taken off from that end. Lizama runs the first one very quickly. But he wouldn't mind as well just being restricted to a single here, Lizama, because he's handing strike back to Enel Ryan, who's really striking the ball well now. His strike rate is 184 with 2 6s and a 4 off of 13 balls. Get 1. Pushed out into the offside. Captain comes into the frame to do the work from extra cover. The crowd calling for a wicket. The supporters of the Barataria ball players team. They were hearing their numbers early on. We had a good crowd, but it's dissipated a bit. Fans hanging over from the first game, which started at 2 o'clock. Looking to just rotate the strike and give it back to Ryan. He's the captain of the combined All-Stars. Tugging it out to deep mid-wicket. They're going to get 1. Villalva continues to be miserly into his 3rd over. going straight, and a chance, and he takes the catch out in the deep. That's Kwame Mohammed. It's going to be the end of the NL Ryan innings for 24, and that's a big wicket. The crowd was calling for a wicket, and Carl Villalva obliges and gets a big wicket here. And the combined all-stars suffering a huge blow here. Ryan trying to go downtown, but the man was straighter than he expected and comes in to take the catch off the boundary. So he didn't get enough of it either, because it was falling short of the boundary, and a good tumbling catch from the tall opening fast bowler. They lose their 4th wicket now with the score 94, just as they were starting to pick up the pace. And Neil Ryan is gone. He struck 2 sixes and 1 4 in that knock of 25. And out comes the new man. Trinidad and Tobago under 19 captain replaces the Trinidad and Tobago under 19 coach, Abdul Rahim Toppin. Not a bad striker of the ball either is Toppin. Got 22 not out against Santa Cruz in a low scoring game. Got 8 against the Ebony Sports and Cultural Club. Was a bit expensive when he came on to bowl. His first over went for some runs when he replaced Burke Jr. after just 1 over from the northern end. And he ended up conceding 32 runs in his 4 overs, picked up the 1 wicket, and clean bowled Marlon Phillip with a good Yorker delivery. Valva has his 2nd wicket now to Toppin, the new man. This game gets tighter and tighter now with the loss of that 4th wicket. End of 12 overs, 94 for 4.
Having that family lime at home, that cookout by the river, or you're just feeling to bubble up pot? Then Cans Poultry and Meats Limited has got you covered for all your meaty needs. Whether it be chicken, beef, steak, lamb, or even seafood, check Cans. They even have seasoning and condiments to complement your dish. So if you're looking for top quality meats at prices that wouldn't bust your pocket, then come on in to Cans today at any of their convenient locations.
625 Chick. You can call them to get all of your meat requirements at Cans Poultry and Meat. And this game seems to be going down to the wire. 12 overs gone, 94 for 4. And it's been a topsy-turvy game. The fast bowler is back, Kwame Mohammed. The opening fast bowler, 1 for 6 he had in his opening 2 overs. He was struck for 1 4 in that 6 runs that he conceded, which means there were 10 dot deliveries out of the 12 that he bowled with the new ball. He's going to be bowling to the captain of the combined all-stars, who's on 19. He's going to have to take over responsibility here now that Ryan is gone. He hammers it out to cover, who fumbles and decides not to throw, guided by the bowler Mohammed, just to give them the single. He doesn't want any overthrows because behind the keeper, the captain Wilson is at square leg and nothing is behind him. So he couldn't afford a wide throw to the wicket keeper. Fielders out in the deep, our 3rd man. Cover, long off, long on. And a man, Ramdullah, at mid-wicket for Toppin, who's on strike now, yet to get off the mark. Can't get off the mark here either. They're just drying the ball out. He's not trying to take the ball home by sticking it in his pocket. Just trying to get the seam dried out. Struggling to score here in the early days for Rahim Toppin. From out to Ramdala on the boundary. Toppin wants to pressure him for 2. Good over so far from the opening bowler, coming back into the attack for his 3rd over. And this one is in the air from Lezama, heading out to the man. Sween takes a good tumbling catch at long off. The captain is going to have to go on 20. And now another wicket falls, 96 for 5, and that's a big blow. The top scorer in the last game, he was also leading, or had the highest score in the tournament. Brent Lezama of 90 before eclipsed by Leonardo Julian, who scored 91. But on this occasion, he couldn't get it past the man, Dexter Sween, coming in from long off. And an excellent tumbling catch. He got both hands to it and secured it in his grasp as the elbows hit the ground and his body came down, diving forward. A disappointed captain goes. And that's a big blow struck by the opening fast bowler, Kwame Mohammed, coming back to do exactly what his captain wanted him to do, and that is to take a wicket. And he's done even one better. He's done so economically. Ray Campbell, the new man, coming out to bat. Just the 2 fours in that knock from Lezama. Really struggled to get the ball away as well. He was trying to increase the momentum of his innings and just couldn't manufacture the timing. Couldn't get the power or the distance. Power failure, as they say. So 2 new batsmen out in the middle, and it's exactly what the Barataria ball players would have wanted. So Campbell, who opened the innings the last time he was out there, made just 2 against Ebony Sports and Cultural Club. It's the end of 13 overs now. Pegged back are the combined all-stars on 96 for 5. Kwame Mohammed finishes his 3rd over, 2 for 8. And it might just be the 1 over we see from him. Came on to replace Joey Samuel, who, after the drinks break, conceded 16 runs off of the bat, mainly of Enel Ryan. But Ryan is now gone now. He lost his wicket to the spinner, Valva, caught out at long off. And Brent Lezama suffering the same fate, caught at long off, this time by Dexter Sween. Kwame Mohammed was the guy who took the catch to get rid of Enel Ryan and then got a wicket himself in similar fashion. Valva to bowl his final over, 2 for 12. 2 for 12 he has, and Toppin will goes on to 2. Campbell will try to get off the mark now, and they're going to need to accelerate the innings despite having just arrived at the crease, both Campbell and Raheem Toppin. Required run rate now 10.98. Remember as well, Dijon Charles has 2 overs left. So does Dexter Sween. And that Charles over might be just added pressure. Single to the captain, Wilson. A tight over here to finish from Valva to just add even more pressure to the combined all-stars team. 74 of 39 needed. Still gettable as they approach 100. Can't get a run. And if anybody is capable of scoring quickly, Raheem Toppin could be a man. Just looking to settle himself. And in this short format of the game, just a couple overs could make a huge difference. Chips it down the ground. Has the umpire ducking. He'll be aware as well that 1 over left from the fast bowler, the opening bowler Kwame Mohammed, and 2 from Charles. That's 3 overs. Could very well be some difficult overs, which means the next 3 overs to come after this delivery from Valva, as he completes his quota of 4 overs, going to be critical to this run chase. Lifted in the air, Sween coming around, and this time he doesn't dive forward. He can't quite get there. He just saves the dive for another day. As the end of 14 overs, the 100 does come up with that single. 100 for 5 after 14.
Here at GMMB, love is the currency. And let's show you how we are able to transfer that energy into real conversations. What about the connection with you and your team members?
It's top priority for me to have that clear understanding of who my team members are and building connections with them to ensure that they carry out the vision of what we are trying to achieve as a team, realizing opportunities for both the clients and ourselves.
GMMB.
It's banking for real.
Flags flying in the air. Supporters of the Barataria ball players. A flag bearer providing support. 100 for 5, 14 gone. And Kwame Mohammed, the opening fast bowler, he's going to bowl out his final over. And interesting, they've decided to bowl him out here because they want to get one of these 2 batsmen out. And so they're going to use up some of the ammunition here with Kwame Mohammed. 2 for 9 he has, because they feel if they get a wicket here, then they might just be a little more comfortable in terms of defending their score of 171. So the ball has been tossed to the man at 3rd man, short 3rd man, because he has the rag in his hand. So rather than take the rag down to the bowler, they toss the ball to him. And now the ball goes out to Sween at long off to dry off that seam. Mohammed, just about a 22-yard run up, charges in as Sween makes his way back to long off. Dab down to that man with the rag, a short 3rd man. Interesting, there's a 3rd man on the boundary and a short 3rd man as well inside. It looks like Vaughan Brown there. He's not quite in a backward point, more of a short 3rd man. There is a point in that of Charles. We saw Kevin sitting in that position earlier on, and the 2 were quite close together at backward point and point. But now he's a bit finer, Brown, at short 3rd man. Topping on strike. Pull away a full toss. No ball signal by umpire Narain. For height, over the height of the waist to Abdul Rahim Toppin. It's going to be a free hit to Ray Campbell. The batsman ran through for a single. Have a look at the height of the delivery here. Almost as tall as umpire Avinash Narain. Easy for him to signal that one was over the waist. Free hit. Clears the front leg. Gets it out to Wilson, who's diving away, putting out the effort at square leg next to the umpire Gaskin. Gets a hand onto it. They come back for 2 off of the free hit. Matthias Ramdullah, the man patrolling the deep mid-wicket boundary, comes to the aid of his captain. Final 2 deliveries to come from Kwame Mohammed to finish off his quota of 4 overs. 2 for 15 he has. He'll want to pick up another wicket here in his final 2 deliveries. And is not far away from doing that. Trying to pull it into the onside. Campbell losing a bit of shape and passing not too far from that off stump. Kwame Mohammed putting out the effort with the ball and in the field as well. 107 for 5 as the gap widens in terms of runs required and balls to come. 65 off of 31. Over 12 runs and over required. Almost 2 runs a ball. Chops it down. It goes through the hands of wicketkeeper Halls, and man out there, tumbling effort, knocks it down. Looks like Villalva making the save on the boundary edge. That could have gone for 4. It didn't. It went for 2 to finish off the spell of Kwame Mohammed. 2 for 17. He has the tall opening fast bowler. Excellent effort from him. And the overs remaining. 2 to Charles. 1 for 11 he has, and 2 from Dexter Sween. So we might just see the 4 overs to come from those 2. And they're going to have to make up an over from somewhere between Vaughan, John and Joey Samuel. And Vaughan might be the bowler of choice. And in fact, they're going to bring back Dejon Charles. And they're hoping that they may not require that extra additional over if they're able to pinch a few wickets here and put some additional pressure to make it easier to choose who else is going to bowl that 5th over. That's 15 overs gone. 109 for 5. Topping on 5 and Campbell on 8. It's a bat change for, looks like Campbell. Takes the opportunity to have a word with their players. Lots of consultations going out in the middle as the umpires are looking for a ball change. We'll take a short break here and resume in less than a minute's time.
Here at GMMB, love is the currency. And let's show you how we are able to transfer that energy into real conversations. What about the connection with you and your team members?
It's top priority for me to have that clear understanding of who my team members are and building connections with them to ensure that they carry out the vision of what we are trying to achieve as a team, realizing opportunities for both the clients and ourselves.
GMMB.
It's banking for real.
Back here is a ball change, as Rishi Ramguli was the man doing the bat change for Ray Campbell, and the third umpire, Mr. Jaipal, doing the ball change for the umpires Narain and Gaskin out in the middle. And the 2 batsmen out in the middle doing the run chasing is Toppin on 5 and Campbell on 8. And it's getting down to the final few deliveries, 30 of them in fact, and just over a run a ball needed now. And the man entrusted to increase the pressure and looking to take a couple wickets as well is Dejon Charles. He has 1 for 11 and 2 overs left. Toppin is looking for 2. He wants to strike and should get it as it goes very close to the boundary edge. Get the second one comfortably in the end. One for 5 in 15.1 overs. The Nelson is on the scorecard. So remember Dickie Bird, who passed away. Fond memories of Dickie Bird in matches against West Indies versus England. Honorary member at Lords as well. Condolences go out to his family. 1 for 5. And Toppin pushes past the man. Villalva at point, and good work from Matthias Ramdullah on the boundary. He's been stationed there for much of the innings. Not much has gone past him either. You feel as if something is going to give here between Toppin and Campbell. Situation demands some boundaries. And he tries to oblige, tucks it into the onside, and he's going to get one here. The man was very straight at mid-wicket. Not happy is Charles because he wanted the man to put out the effort. Looks like Philip out there. But that one was smashed. The situation demanded a boundary. And stepping across was Toppin, tugging it into the onside and struck with some power. beating the man at mid-wicket. I'm not quite sure if he really expected Philip to get around to cut that one off. Jean-Charles, perhaps disappointed in himself as well that he put that ball on the body line of Toppin, who sort of forced that shot because he did step across to outside the off stump. So making some progress in the over so far. It's gone for 8. 55 needed now. Could very well go down to the last over if they keep their wickets intact. Stepping across again. Makes its way very quickly down to Dexter Sween. The pace from Charles and off of the middle of the bat of Raheem Toppin. He's on to 14. Campbell is going to have to pull his weight here. He's on 8 from 9. No boundaries yet in the innings for Campbell. Can't get a boundary here. Sween is going to be in the way at long on. 119 for 5. 53 needed off of 25. Still over fractionally a run a ball. They've already gotten the boundary in the over, and 11 runs in the end of that Jean-Charles over. Coming back to bowl his third over, trying to pick up a wicket. 120 for 5 after 16.
Blue Water's posse identified. Somebody pass blue water. Somebody bring blue water. Somebody get blue water. And we ready now. When you feeling hard, take a blue water spray. Take a blue water spray. In your school or house, take a blue water spray. When the bus run out, take a blue water spray. Party posse water. Working posse water. School children they water. Blue water spray. Fitness posse water. The office posse water.
16 overs gone, 120 for 5. And Barataria ball players, they were 138 for 5 after their 16 overs. So 18 runs in debt are the combined all-stars in comparison to the Barataria ball players. Dexter Sween is going to come back into the attack. There were some miserly overs to follow at the end of that innings. After the 16th over, the 17th over went for 6, the 18th over for 6, the 19th over for 13, and the final over just 8 runs. That was the innings of the Barataria ball players. This one dug in short by Sween and just missing out on an opportunity there to score. Stopping. Gets the hard stare down from Dexter Sween, who has a few words as well. He's asking now for a field change because he wants somebody out at deep square leg, because he wants to dig in a few more short to Toppin to challenge him to go play the hook shot or play the pull shot. Now the captain Wilson goes and he's going to go in front of the umpire on the boundary, forward of square. Ramdullah is at a deep straight mid-wicket now. And it's short, but it's wide outside the off stump. Doesn't get up, and a bottom edge by Toppin. So a lot on the shoulders of the young man here. Going to get some short deliveries to try and put away. Sween is going to want to mix it up here. That one he hit into the ground, perhaps into his boot as well from that side-on view. Steps across and goes even further. Sween, as he saw Toppin stepping across, wanted to keep it wide of him. And luckily it landed on the strip, but went even wider. Had it pitched outside of the strip, not just the white return crease, but outside of the strip, would have been signaled a no ball. And that's not what you want to give a free hit at this stage of the game. 51 off 22. You need a boundary. Stepping across, struck. Seems to be outside the line of the off stump. Not out, says umpire Narain. It's a good over here from Dexter Sween, keeping things tight. Short outside the off stump. Few of his deliveries. Tight over here from Dexter Sween. 24 is he's conceded in 2.3. Again, he's short. Abdul Rahim topping, pulls it straight to the man, Matthias Ramdullah out at deep mid-wicket. And that is exactly the plan he had, because he pushed Wilson out to deep square leg, put him in front of the umpire, and allowed Ramdullah to go to his left and just tempting with short pitch deliveries to Toppin, who was stepping across. He's playing the right shot there, Toppin, pulling it into the onside, but couldn't time it. And a power failure in the end from the Trinidad and Tobago under-19 captain. And he has to go. And that's another big blow to the combined All-Stars. He goes for 15. And just a 1-4 in his knock. And just losing their way at the back end of the innings here is the combined All-Stars. And looks like Christophe St. John, the new batsman, coming out to bat. And a lot would rest on his shoulders as well as the shoulders of Ray Campbell. They are to chase this down. And with the loss of wickets, as you anticipate, the required run rate will steadily be rising. And the current run rate stands at 7.3. Required run rate 15.3. So they're going to need some quick boundaries. Toppin was trying to execute. Couldn't get it over the head of Ramdullah at mid-wicket. It was just about a few paces inside the boundary, just about 10 feet where he took that catch. Sween has a good tight over on a wicket. Still he stays wide outside the off stump, and they go through for a quick single despite the fact that it was played straight to Charles, who is in a shortish point position, does not throw the stumps down. Doesn't want to give them an additional overthrow. Allows the batsman to come through for a single. And Christophe gets off the mark. Christophe St. John, new to the crease. Hasn't batted in the tournament so far. Sween to finish off. Well, he's not going to finish off. It's a wide outside the off stump. Second wide of the over. He's trying to keep that ball very wide outside the off stump. Too wide on that occasion. This one chipped in the air, coming around, and it's over the boundary. In fact, Ramdullah cannot get around, and even if he did, neither him nor Kevis John could get to it as it went over the boundary for KFC maximum. And this, they're going to need some more of this if they are to chase this total down. A 6 to finish off the over from Sween. 17 gone, 129 for 6. The over from Sween was shaping up quite nicely. Started with 2 dot balls, then a wide outside the off stump, then another dot ball, putting pressure on Abdul Rahim Toppin, who then lost his wicket off the 4th delivery of the over. And a single and a wide, and then in the arc of Ray Campbell, and dispatched it over the mid-wicket boundary for 6. 9 runs in the Sween over, 1 for 32 he has now in his 3 overs. Dejon Charles is going to come in to bowl his final over. And this will be the 18th over of the innings. He will complete. So Dexter Sween will have 1, which should be the 19th. Yeah, so this is what we were speaking about. Von Brong had to come back and bowl 1 over because you want to keep either Sween or Charles. Once Kwame Mohammed had bowled out, you want to keep Sween or Charles to finish off the 19th and 20th over. So at some point, you're going to have to bring back one of the bowlers. It was either going to be Joey Samuel, who went for 16, Kevis John, who went for 19, or Von Brong, who's gone for 6. So in fact, he could have even bowled more than what he's going to bowl 2 overs now in this T20 game. Could have bowled more. He was just hit for one boundary. And 3 dot balls he had in that 1 over he bowled. He's going to push this ball through Von Brong to Christoph St. John. Piece on it. There's some turn there as well. Ball doesn't get up at all. They're not going to chance a run to Kwame Mohammed. Or chance a second run to him. Umpire Clive Gaston. A lot of rags in his back pocket. It's not the Coop's car wash. It's just to dry the ball. See him there, just rags just dangling out of his back pocket. He hands one to Von Brong, who had a rag himself. He doesn't make any height on this delivery. Squeezed out the backward square. 131 for 6. 41 still needed. Backing away, trying to create some room. And Brong just following him. They're going to need at least one boundary in this over. Run rate required 16.44. They're going to need more than one boundary in the over. And one would think you're going to have to try and go after Brong here. And he's backing away, playing and missing outside your stump. He's trying to power it through covers when he could just play a dab. Because the man is at backward point, and there's a point as well. If he plays that dab shot, he could get it in a vacant third man area and pick up a few runs. With the pace Vaughan is bowling at, he could just chip this one back to Vaughan. It's all too easy peasy now for Von Brong, just picking that one up with one hand. If he has that room outside the off stump, he could look to dab it down to third man and pick up a few runs, or at least get Campbell back on strike. He's cutting it this time, diving away is Vialva, and misfield for the first time by Matthias Ramdullah. They want to pressure him for a second, and we were pointing out how outstanding he was feeling, patrolling that area, deep cover and deep mid-wicket. Just when perhaps it counted, it went through his hands for 4. Allowing the combined all-stars. He's going with one hand. Can't do that in the death stages of a game, young man. Got to get 2 hands down and something behind it, your boot or something. 37 required off of 12.
This one? No. Hey, look, KFC has an incredible promo.
I already had that for lunch.
Crunch whoever isn't on board. Order KFC's Mega 6 Bucket for only $115. KFC, it's finger licking good.
Two overs to come now. In the back end of this innings, all to do, 18.5 required. Almost an insurmountable total. Dejon Charles has the ball in his hand to complete his final over. Hit in the air, and it's heading out to the man on the boundary who puts it down. And in fact, it's gone for 4. Umpire Narain is asking for confirmation. It might just be Kevis John out there having a tough day. John hit down the ground in his direction. He went around, got 2 hands to it, and then booted it, or it came off the chest and into the boundary. Well, you have to say at least it didn't go for 6. Landed inside the ropes and went over for 4. Dejon Charles looking to mop up the end of the innings here. Creating the opportunity and the chance going down. 139 for 6. 33 off of 11. We've seen it done before. Campbell and St. John out in the middle. Campbell on 20. Clears the front leg and he's bowled him. Not sure if he got a bit of inside there, John, to that, but he cleared that front leg. He removed his second line of defense, and once it went past the bat, it was inevitably going to crash into the stump. And Campbell has to go. 139 for 7. He's gone for 20 off of 14. He was gifted a boundary with the chance put down by John on the boundary edge. And Charles deciding to do it all himself and just knocks the leg stump out of the ground. So a good innings, but not enough from Ray Campbell. 1 6 and a 4. The strike rate of 142. And he is gone for 20 off of 14. The wicketkeeper makes his way out in the middle now. Barry Hassan Ali to join Christophe St. John. And it seems as though the Barataria ball players are just going to outdo the combined all-stars in this must-win encounter in the final game of Group A. The earlier game today in Group B, the Northside Future Stars defeating Boog Malatris to head to the top of the table. North Star getting to 174 for 6. New batsman out there gets off the mark immediately. Is pushed into the onside. John is there. And there's silence as he picks that one up. Running around from long on. 2 runs to Hassan Ali. Slower ball attempt, paddled around the corner and chase on for Wilson from deep square leg. He's not going to get there. Neither is Vialva from short fine leg. And 4 runs to Hassan Ali. Now, why would he try a slower ball like that? You've been bowling so well. You just knocked the leg stump out of the ground to a pitched up delivery. New batsman out in the middle who is looking for anything loose. And a slower delivery that's gone wrong. And he just paddles it around the corner. Searching for a slower Yorker. So 2 4s, a 2 and a wicket in the over. Charles. And 8 balls to come, 27 runs required. Are they going to leave just too much runs for the final over? We did say that it could go to the final over. It's an expensive final over from Charles, and he just steps away. Hassan Ali just distracted a bit. Just to get refocused. He's just pulling out. Perhaps seeing something, a bit of a change up in the run-up perhaps of Dijon Charles as he was running into bowl. Here he is now backing away and lifting it over point. And this is going to go into the boundary for 4. Hassan Ali trying to get the 19th over. As much runs as possible here in the 19th over to make it easier for the final over. Backing away, Charles following him. Inside out. Over Brown. At backward point. Hassan Ali saying this is easy business. What are you guys talking about? He's quickly on to 10. 3 4s in the over. Under wicket. 14 in total off of Charles's final over. Is there still life here in this combined all-star teams? 23 required off of 7. Oh, he's bowled him. He tried to back away to outfox Dijon Charles, then stepped across outside the off stump and tried to play another paddle sweep and lost his middle stump. A slower delivery from Charles. Again, this time it was on target, on the stumps. And Hassan Ali has to go. Good effort from him in the end. Striking a few boundaries, 2 of them. 250 strike rate. Stepping across, but he went too far across and lost his middle stump. And just as he was threatening to make a game of it in the final over, loses his wicket. So the Barataria ball player has been inserted in. Got to 171 for 5. Thanks to a good knock from Dijon Charles. 61 he made off of 35 deliveries. And Clifton Hall, the wicket keeper, he made 31. Combined All Stars trying to chase it down. And bits and pieces from Brent Lizam at 20, Amir Ali for 26, and El Ryan 25, top in 15. Ray Campbell, who offered hope, scored 20. And we now enter the final over of this match. Trying to chase down 171. They need another 23 runs of the final over. 6 balls to be bowled by Dexter Sween. 1 for 32 he has. And 8 wickets down. 149 on the board. Pulled into the onside. They get 1. Phillip gets it in. Not before they could complete 2 runs. Christoph St. John is the man trying to do the business. 21 off 5. 4 fours could have a tight game. They need boundaries. Chipping down the track, hammering it out to Ramdullah. This time he's not going to make a mistake. Gets the throw to Dexter Sween at the non-striker's end. Collects it, but the stumps are behind him. Has to turn around to try and effect the run out. Doesn't seem to matter to him because he knows once he doesn't go for boundaries, it's all in the bag. 153. So they've gone past 150. 2 twos in the outfield. And it's not going to be enough. 4 deliveries to come. 19 needed. And hit back to Sween. And that's a dolly catch. A very soft dismissal in the end from Christoph St. John. And he goes for 10. Sween picks up his 2nd wicket. Trying to go in the air. The bat turning in his hand. Couldn't get all of it at all. And almost anticlimactic in this final over. 9 wickets down now. 153 on the board. And the final man making his way out to bat. Adrian Burke Jr. St. John gone for 10. The Barataria ball players, fans in the crowd in a celebratory mood. Flag is flying high. The 2 Adrian Burke Jr. and Senior out in the middle now. Both batsmen yet to face a ball and yet to score. We're coming to the conclusion of this match. 3 deliveries gone in the over. All our major sponsors, thanking them: KFC, Lions Baking Powder, and Blue Waters, GMMB as well. Pub House on the Avenue, Cannes Poultry and Meats. Here is Sween. Pub House on the Avenue. And of course, Bermudez Dixie Biscuit. Many flavors to choose from. Guava is my favorite. And black and white Scotch whiskey. Not one of my favorites. Favorites of many here. Lions Baking Powder. This production brought to you by Cricket 360. And almost an anticlimactic end now. 154 for 9. And just 1 ball to come. Book Senior comes on to strike. As a quiet descends on the Diego Martin Sporting Complex as the end is nigh. The crowds have dissipated. The final delivery. Squeeze out. And the less said about that delivery, the better. The end of the innings. And victory here to Barataria ball players. Dexter Sween completing his allotment of overs. 2 for 38 he finishes with. And the 2 for 17, the pick of the bowlers, Kwame Mohammed. Not to mention Carl Villalva, 2 for 16 off of his 4. Just 1 run less than the opening bowler, Kwame Mohammed. And no boundaries conceded by Villalva, and just 1 from Mohammed. 3 for 36 for Dejon Charles. And none for 12 from Vaughan Brong in 2 overs. The most expensive bowler, Kevis John, 19 in his 1 over and 16 off of Joey Samuel, who was given the first over, the 11th over after the drinks break, and ending up on 155 for 9 with 13 wides, 2 no balls, 1 leg by, and a run rate of 7.8 in their 20 overs, with 16 runs in this total of 155 by the combined all-stars. As the players meet in the middle, we have a look at the table, and Barataria ball players cementing their position at number 2 with 5 points, just below the first place in the group, Santa Cruz Sports Association. And in Group 2, Northside Future Stars finishing on 6 at the top of the table. Glenora Sports against Savannah Boys tomorrow. And a win for Glenora could see them go to the top of the table. And on the other side of the coin, if Savannah Boys manage to pull off a victory against Glenora, they would be coming second on the table and will have to take on Santa Cruz come Saturday. So be sure to tune in to that game tomorrow at 6:30 p.m. Glenora Sports Club against the Savannah Boys. On Thursday, there'll be a break on Friday and semi-final action on Saturday at 2 p.m. and 6:30. Winners from Group 1 versus runners-up on Group 2, and the winners from Group 2 versus the runners-up on Group 1. So we can treat you to some of the highlights here in the game. Barataria ball players, their turn to bat. It was Dexter Sween and Clifton Hall who struck 6s and 4s in their partnership at the top of the innings of 35. Before Sween was out off a top edge, caught by Toppin at point, and Burke Sr. coming on and facing the music against Dejon Charles, who hit 61 off of 35. Not to be outdone was Clifton Hall, smashing 2 6s and 3 4s as well before he was out. And that was Marlon Phillip who lost his off stump to Toppin. And Charles continued on his merry way, hitting a couple lusty blows. 5 6s he hit in all. He had some of the crowd ducking in the Diego Martin Sporting Complex. That one dispatched over mid-wicket. And Kevis John, who struggled 6 off of 15, he managed in the end. And Dejon Charles was out, spooning one up, mistiming it, caught by Burke off of the bowling of Brent Lezama. But the boundaries continued to follow. And at the end of the innings, Joey Samuel hit 2 6s to finish the innings off, getting to 23. Their turn to bat. The combined all-stars lost Frank Simmons early for 10, and then Rondell Ram Logan out LBW to Kwame Mohammed for 1. Lezama could muster 2 boundaries. Amir Ali hit 4 of them before he was struck playing back and out bowled by Villalva for 26. NL Ryan came out and struck 2 6s and 1 4. An almighty blow before he was out for 25. A good catch out in the deep by Kwame Mohammed. And then Lezama was out in the deep. Sween, the man taking the catch at long off. Abdul Rahim Toppin smashed a boundary before he was out for 15. Out caught in the deep by Ramdullah. And a rare boundary coming off in the end of the innings. Ray Campbell struck 1 6 and a 4. Hassan Ali lost his middle stump trying to paddle the ball around the corner. And victory to the Barataria ball players in the end. And we'll just head down to the presentation now as they're all set with the fan of the match and the man of the match awards. So down in the presentation area, the fan of the match prize presented, an envelope and a pack of Dixie biscuits by the treasurer of the North Zone, Mr. Gregory Wales. And ever present now at the end of the tournament, returning from Guyana and the CPL, Winston Sobers is down there, the chairman of the North Zone, and of course Jolene Wheeler, who's been doing all of the announcements. Dejon Charles, of course, getting man of the match for his performances with the bat and ball. Finishing off with 3 for 36 to add to his all-around performance. 61 he scored, batting for the Barataria ball players. Cans, Poultry and Meats, sponsors for the man of the match. And gets a box of Bermuda's biscuits. As we say goodnight to Miss Lisa Jagrup Singh, the operations manager at Bermuda's, thanking them for their sponsorship in this North Zone T20 Festival for 2025. And just announcements by Miss Wheeler. For the game tomorrow, tune in at 6:30 for Glenora versus Savannah Boys, the final game in Group B to decide who will go through to the semi-finals on Saturday. And this is Billy Fulong on behalf of the Cricket 360 production team, wishing you a good night, and join us tomorrow for more coverage of the North Zone T20 Festival.